All right, good morning, members of the E&A Committee. It is 9:02, and I want to welcome everybody here today. Glad you all made it. We have a pretty full slate today. We have 8 bills to hear, and I do anticipate doing some execing some bills here after lunch. Don't anticipate doing any this morning, but it is possible at any point in time throughout the day if we get there, but my anticipation is after lunch. Okay, our first bill that we're going to hear is House Bill. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I do want to start with the pledge, and I would ask Representative Aaron to lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for the reminder. Okay, our first bill we're going to hear is House Bill 1168, establishing a committee to study the New Hampshire law relative to soil conditioners, not commissioners, conditioners. And I will call on Representative Bixby from Stratford 17 to introduce the bill. Good morning.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Peter Bixby, representing Stratford 17 from Dover. And I first became aware of the soil conditioner statute a couple years ago when a company I order fertilizer from sometimes said they couldn't ship to New Hampshire anymore because of the registration fees that were particularly high in New Hampshire. And I looked into it a bit then, and then I didn't come up with a good solution at that point. And then I ran into it again last year when, at the last moment, some lobbyists had convinced the Senate to include a definition of plant biostimulants into the soil health bill, and they were proposing to put it in a place in the statutes that made no sense, and Representative Pearl and I figured out that the best place was in the soil conditioner statutes. And when we were doing that, we realized there were several issues, several problems with the statute. So one of them is that the title of the statute, soil conditioner, is actually not defined. So we have a statute on something that we have no definition for what it actually is. Another issue is that the definitions don't take into account requirements of the National Organic Program, even though the state requires compliance for anyone selling products labeled as organic. So organic fertilizer, it doesn't have a definition of what would count as an organic fertilizer, even though the laws indicate that such things should be labeled. And there may be other deviations from federal fertilizer regulations or definitions that I was unable to investigate at this point. And one of the reasons I'd like a study committee is to do some further investigation on that. The definitions concerning compost and exactly what counts as fertilizer are also unclear. Under some definitions, it would seem that compost would be considered a fertilizer. Under others, it would not. And the newly added definition related to plant biostimulants is somewhat unclear, and it's even less clear how it fits into the regulatory framework in terms of how any of the standard nutrients, nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, that happen to be in a plant biostimulant would be considered either where the line between that being fertilizer and that being part of the plant biostimulant would be drawn. So fertilizers and soil conditioners clearly impact soil properties, and the scientific understanding of how soils has grown substantially since the chapter's last significant revision, which was in the, I believe it was in the in the 1990s. So that's another issue that we need to take a look at. How does current science affect the way that these statutes are presented or govern agriculture? Another issue is that is somewhat different from the details of definitions, is that the registration fees collected under this chapter are sent to the general fund as unrestricted income. And penalties also go to the general fund. There is no indication of how the work of analyzing fertilizer samples, verifying and approving labels, and taking enforcement action gets paid for. I think that sending penalties to the general fund makes sense, because you don't want to have the appearance that the body that is doing the enforcement is somehow profiting from enforcement actions. However, I think that the sending the registration fees to the general fund is sort of like converting a fee into a disproportionate tax. And I think that's something we need to look at fairly closely. Even if it's been going on since about 1995, 1996, I still don't think it's justified. So I think we need to take a careful study of this chapter and make sure that it continues to be aligned with its purposes, and that we correct any outdated or misguided elements. All right, so with that, I conclude, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate this bill. I think it encompasses a lot of the things that this committee has looked at and run into in the past, and I appreciate you putting it in. Are there any questions for Representative Bixby? Seeing none, I thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate the work you're doing. So that is the only pink card that I have on this bill. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on House Bill 1168? Seeing none, Rep. Homola, do we have a blue sheet on that? All right, so we have a blank blue sheet and the online sign-in sheet. I'm going to try and remember to read those into the record as well. I've finally figured out how to access those so that we can see what we're getting for input online. There was also no comments there. So. All right, with that, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 1168, and we will take up the hearing on House Bill 1547 at 9:30. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 9:30, so we will open the testimony on House Bill 1547 FN, setting a maximum contaminant level for perfluorochemicals in the soil. I think I got it. And we'll call our Representative Maureen Mooney from Hillsborough 21 as the prime sponsor. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, my colleagues on the committee. Good morning. My name for the record is Maureen Mooney. I'm a state representative from the town of Merrimack. That's Hillsborough County, District Number 21. I'm the prime sponsor, and I'm in favor of passage of this bill with amendment number 2022-0249H. I've provided a copy of my testimony with the amendment attached to the clerk. I've also emailed it to the committee last night as soon as it was ready from OLS. Please know that amendment 2022-0249H must replace the entire bill. And I apologize if there was any confusion leading up to that point, but I emphasize again, the amendment distributed to all of you must replace the entire original bill. To provide some background on House Bill 1547, it came from a brainstorming session meeting last summer consisting of community activists and legislators from Merrimack. To provide some background, which you may be familiar with, Merrimack has suffered the worst perfluorochemical pollution in the state's history caused by a private polluter. These pollutants have infiltrated water, air, and soil. The bill was meant to monitor soil by placing maximum levels of contaminants. But while in extensive discussions with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, the amendment is far more practical and reasonable. The amendment 0249H is in 3 parts. The first part allows the Commissioner of DES to initiate rules for soil remediation standards for perfluorochemicals by November 1st, 2023. This carefully chosen date is a prime reason for the amendment replacing the entire bill. The United States Geological Survey, the USGS, is performing a study in New Hampshire of its soil due by the fall of 2022. And this study is critical to setting the soil standards in New Hampshire. Thus, the emphasis on the amendment replacing the bill rammed through contaminant maximums and so forth. That cannot be right now because this critical study is taking place now and the information needed to determine the levels of soil contaminants, etc. So in that section of the amendment, we're putting into law that deadline and also a deadline for the Commissioner of DES to use that study in order to make those determinations of the soil contaminants. Very critical that this be a well thought out process. The second part of Amendment 249H amends the Groundwater Protection Act rulemaking section, and I've placed the statute for you there. In your email, incidentally, it's a link, so it'll take you right to it, to add soil. And that a person, which also includes companies and public or private corporations and person is defined in another RSA, which I've provided for you here with a link in your email that goes right to the language. make the person liable for such contamination, they must provide safe alternative water to an impacted well owner. Again, emphasizing that person, which is the first thing I saw, which was language suggested from the AG's office, and thinking, what is that? Is it clearly defined out to include corporations and entities? It turns out in that statute it is, and I can assure you of that. The third part of the amendment, 249H, which is sections 3 through 7, very comprehensive, clarifies language describing certification requirements for certain hazardous waste generators. That was suggested in order to avoid confusion that takes place and maintain consistency when it comes to the certain hazardous waste that generators take in. So those are the three sections of the amendment intended to replace the entire content of the original House Bill 1547. In my closing, and I know another representative from Merrimack is here to provide information, DES is here to provide information, God bless you. In your emails, there should be received from you a couple of letters, and I just want to end with this quote. This is from the Seacoast Students for Sustainability. I met with them last night. They were interested in this bill. A group of teenagers and high school students from around the state who make up this organization interested in issues facing the environment. Representative Rung and I met with a student, very impressive, who asked all the right questions about this bill and was very interested. A few hours after our call last night, she wrote not one, but two very impressive letters endorsing this bill. And I just want to close with this one paragraph, because I think it truly hits her having heard about this bill and the amendment for the first time, but she truly captured it in one paragraph after our call last night. And the paragraph is as follows. The collaboration between the town of Merrimack, New Hampshire legislators and the Department of Environmental Services highlights how all parties impacted were considered in the crafting of this bill. It is holistic, it is evidence-based, and it can help those who have been harmed. In her own words, Legislative Director for the Seacoast Students for Sustainability. This amendment was worked on for months. As she said, all of the parties relevant were in on it, and I would appreciate your support of the passage of this amendment and ultimately the bill in an effort to monitor soil. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for your service and certainly for your attention today.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take questions?
Yes.
So I have one myself, actually two. The first one, there's an acronym used on line 16, page 1, AGQS. Do you know what that stands for? It says PFAs other than those for which the state currently has an AGQS.
I do, is the answer. And if you give me, yes, I do.
Okay.
It stands for Ambient Groundwater Quality Standards.
Okay, thank you. Wasn't quite sure what that meant.
I appreciate that.
So my other question for you is, so reading and listening to your testimony, it doesn't appear that the state currently has any rules for for soil contamination by PFAs. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony and your bill this morning. And thank you for taking my question. I'm interested to know, with respect to lines 24 to 26, a requirement that a person who is liable for or has otherwise caused or contributed to such contamination provides safe alternative water to any impacted well owner. So how will it be determined whether or not a person or company or corporation or whatever is the cause of that contamination? Because is there a specific way to determine that? And is that going to be addressed somehow with this legislation?
Thank you for the question. In the instance of Merrimack, for example, we have a clear-cut determination through courts and the like that we have a private polluter in town who has contaminated water, not only in our town, but surrounding towns due to air and so forth. That, I'm sure, would be considered with regards to this section as to determining a person's, for the sake of this section, that has polluted.
Follow up? Yep, go ahead.
Okay, but for purposes of perhaps other areas in the state where maybe it's not as a clear-cut determination, is there a method that is used by either DES or any other agency to make that determination? I mean, how is it proved that somebody in particular or a corporation in particular is the polluter?
Yeah, outside the courts, you're saying, as in the
Sure.
case of Merrimack. I'm going to let DES take that,
Okay, thank you.
but I appreciate that.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So the obvious source of contamination in this, that sort of initially drove this bill is probably that company in Merrimack. But one other place where soil and PFAS contamination issues sometimes comes up is in places where biosolids or sludge, septic sludge, has been spread on farms as essentially as a sort of like a compost replacement or equivalent. And it turns out later that that sludge was contaminated. There was a case in Arundel, Maine, a couple years back, where a dairy farmer basically lost his entire operation because it became clear that the sludge that had been spread was contaminated, and that it became clear. It was not clear that that was happening, obviously, when he was doing it, but that was the upshot. And I was wondering if this bill would have any impact on the cases where sludge has been spread and then contaminates agricultural fields.
Thank you for that question. I would answer it yes. Considering what you just described may be classified as a person, considering how broad that definition is.
Great, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you for taking my question. It sounds to me as if this is a self-attestation program, a self-attestation program.
Okay.
So my question to you is, at what point does an entity know that they are to then fill this self-certification out?
I'm going to leave that to a person testifying after me. That's very specific. I appreciate the question. But
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. On page 2, at line 4, 5, Certified Hazardous Waste Coordinator Program, and following, it makes mention of the term small quantity is removed, but the 220 pounds hazardous waste per month stands. What happens if they're producing hazardous waste more than 220 pounds? Is there another section of law that applies to those not contained herein?
Excellent question. I'm going to leave that also. That is specific beyond my knowledge of these working statutes, sections 3 through 7 in the bill. The purpose, I can tell you, of those sections, though, is to make it consistent with terms that are used when these statutes are being executed. So I'm sure there's an answer for you, but it would be beyond my expertise.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Comtois.
There are forms generated by the DES for small quantity generators in manufacturing that may produce small amounts of hazardous waste. How will this affect them?
I too am going to leave that. That is a very specific and technical question. I appreciate it certainly. But with the definitions being altered to really, this purpose of that section of the amendment is to make the practice of these existing statutes more consistent. So I know that these statutes are being exercised all of the time. And with regards to that question related to the exercise of those specific statutes, so I'll leave it to someone who's more technically knowledgeable about it. But thank you. Very good questions.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. And if you just give me a moment, I'll wipe down the microphone.
Certainly. Okay, next we'll call up Representative Rosemary Rung from Hillsborough 21. Good morning, Representative. Welcome to ENA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for hearing this bill and for welcoming me to your committee. I have written testimony I'm going to read. I didn't hand it out because I was still editing it, but I do want to thank Representative Mooney for the hard work she put into this bill and to the amendment. As many of you know, Merrimack has been dealing with PFAS contamination of our groundwater since at least 2016. That's when it was first reported. And PFAS, just to give some of you a background, are a class of chemicals that are termed forever chemicals because of their resistance to degradation. Their primary mode of contamination of the environment and their bioaccumulation in humans and pets begins in soil. PFAS deposited on soil from industrial operations leaches into groundwater and finds its way into public and private wells, thus contaminating the drinking water for people and animals served by those wells. This amendment will allow DES an opportunity to address contamination earlier and closer to its original source, thus reducing the likelihood that it will reach groundwater. At presently, we address the contamination in groundwater. This bill allows us to back up to soil and eventually to the point source of the contamination. Another reason I support this amendment is by empowering DES to require testing of other PFAS will enable New Hampshire to respond to evolving scientific understanding and also address the whack-a-mole issue. When manufacturers alter a molecule or a placement of an atom on a molecule to make it into another PFAS, that evades regulation. So for instance, if PFOA is regulated, it's not very difficult for a company to substitute it with another molecule very similar but different, that it's not under those regulatory requirements. DES recognizes that the more we can manage PFAS as a class of chemicals, bring all of these different molecules together, the more we can ensure New Hampshire stays on top of these substitutions companies may make to newer generations of molecules. Because if you'll see, there is a clause in the amendment that allows DES to test all, they can be required to test all PFAS, not just the ones under regulation. So finally, the assignment of liability and responsibility in lines 24 and 26 of the amendment will provide innocent well owners a faster and more efficient way of getting safe water outside of engaging in lengthy and expensive legal process. The amendment is good for families, the environment, and the state, and I urge you to support it. Thank you very much, and I'm welcome to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Rung? Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Rung, for your testimony this morning. And thank you for taking my question. So I'm interested to know, we know now we have these contaminated places and wells and contaminated soil in Merrimack. How are people dealing with that contamination now? What do they have to do?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. First, let me preface, I should also say that I also serve as chairperson of the HB 737 PFAS Commission. It was established in law in 2019 to address the environmental and health implications of the contamination caused by Saint-Gobain performance plastics. But that contamination is not just restricted to Merrimack. Merrimack's, I guess, ground zero, but it also includes the communities of Bedford, Litchfield, and recently Londonderry was added to the commission because of the extent of the plume. When that contamination first was discovered and brought to the attention of DES and Saint-Gobain entered into what's called a consent decree. It's a legal settlement that outlines the responsibility that Saint-Gobain has in this situation. And I'm sure DES can go into this in more detail, but what it requires of Saint-Gobain is that within a certain boundary that's defined in that consent decree, when water is tested to be more than the legal limit, Saint-Gobain has to provide alternate water. So we actually have hundreds and hundreds of families who have been on bottled water since 2016, 2017. In some cases where the neighborhoods have been so impacted and the access to infrastructure, Saint-Gobain has paid to have municipal water line hookups to neighborhoods. So some people have gotten, they're now on municipal water, they've abandoned their private well, and now they have to pay to be on public water because it's safer. Some people who aren't in a convenient location for that are on bottled water. And I also believe some families have installed whole house filtration, or at least usually it's a granulated activated carbon system where water coming into the house, the PFAS is removed before it services faucets. So that's really about the only way you can remove PFAS from water is by going to an alternate source that you know is safe or removing it as it's coming into the house. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank
Okay.
you. And follow-up?
Follow-up, good.
So besides water contamination, are there other contaminations going on soil insofar as, can these people grow gardens in their backyard? And
Well, I know for the community across the street from Saint-Gobain, it's a condominium community called Webster Green. Those people have been instructed not to garden, don't disrupt the soil. It's been found in dust on windowsills. But until soil testing becomes more widespread and the science of that analysis becomes more well documented, I guess, there's really no way of knowing how much soil is in someone's yard. I mean, we've spent the last several years as a state testing, just getting a handle on the extensiveness of the groundwater contamination. I mean, you asked Representative Mooney about how we know who is responsible. Well, many times you can look at the plume of contamination by testing and work your way back to the point source of that contamination. We also know companies that use these products in their manufacturing. And so naturally, it would make sense that they may, just in their waste removal of their process, that, they use so much that it's likely that they might be a point source. So there is another company similar to Saint-Gobain called TCI, which has also been found to be a source. Also firefighting foam, not so much anymore, but PFAS was commonly used in firefighting foam. That's why we see the contamination at Pease from their use of firefighting foam. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you
Okay,
very much.
You're welcome.
So it actually generates a question I was going to say
Okay.
for Director Wimsatt, but I'll throw it to you if you can answer
Okay.
it, okay? If
I
not-
hope so, we'll see.
So if we put this into place, what remediation practices would be available? What do you envision? I mean, are we talking soil removal and replacement, or are there other types of remediation practices that are available?
Well, just speaking about myself, I think it really depends on the concentration. I think, and it also depends on the soils, the geometry of it to the underlying, if there's bedrock or groundwater. There may be some situations where the soil has to be removed. There may be some situations where there might be a pump and treat well installed, which would, it's a well that it'll pump the groundwater, remove the PFAS and put it back. So I would think it really depends on the concentration and the soil chemistry that would either encourage or maybe inhibit that leaching into groundwater. Some soils may retain the PFAS more than other soils. So I
Thank-
guess I didn't answer your question, Chairman Pearl.
No, you did fine.
Okay.
I always am concerned if we're going to put a
Mhm.
practice into rules, that there's at
Mhm.
least a practice available to satisfy that rule. So thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you for coming in.
Thank you very
We
much.
appreciate it. So next, we will call up Director Wimsatt, and I'm sorry, the second name Bonner, is that correct? All right, I'll allow you to introduce yourself from DES. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. With me here today is Wendy Bonner, who is the Rules Coordinator for our Hazardous Waste Management Bureau, and she would be here to speak to any of the specific questions about sections 3 through 8 of the bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of this amendment to House Bill 1547. DES supports the amendment, and I want to just briefly go through the 3 sections, and then both Wendy and I will be happy to field any questions that you might have. First of all, the first section directs DES to initiate rulemaking by November of 2023 relative to specifically addressing PFAS contamination, and very specifically to develop and begin rulemaking for establishing soil standards for the 4 PFAS chemicals that we currently regulate in groundwater. And those soil standards would need to be protective of groundwater quality. So the whole idea of that is that, as you've heard from the sponsor and Representative Rung, is that in particular in southern New Hampshire, when we had a significant amount of PFAS being emitted into the air, being deposited onto the ground, getting into and onto the soil, that then percolated, the rainwater falls down on that, and then that percolated down, leached down into the groundwater aquifer, both in the overburden in the sand and gravel aquifer and in the bedrock aquifer. So we have many hundreds of drinking water wells in the 5-town area that was discussed that have been impacted by that contamination. So I do want to make it clear, we already established soil standards for many compounds. We have that are based on, the numbers are based on a desire to protect groundwater quality. So we already have authorities to set standards for soil to protect groundwater quality, but we have not done that yet for PFAS. And one of the reasons we haven't done it yet is that PFAS chemistry is quite a bit more complicated than many of the other chemicals that we regulate. And we came to the conclusion several years ago that We could not use our usual methods. We had a certain model that we used to sort of model how a contaminant moves through soil and then gets into the groundwater. And it works pretty well for a lot of chemicals, but it really doesn't work well, and it's not appropriate for PFAS. So what we've done is, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but as Representative Mooney indicated, we hired the USGS. We have a contract with them to do a 3-part study. And the first thing they've done, which is largely done, and we're waiting for the report on it, is to go and look at soil concentrations for PFAS throughout the state, with the idea that PFAS is a global contaminant. It has been deposited on pretty much all parts of the earth because of its expansive use in commerce. And we wanted to understand, just in the absence of a local source of PFAS contamination, what do soils look like in the state? So there were over 100 soil samples taken across the state in locations where we didn't have any particular reason to believe that there was any local contamination source, just trying to look at background soil concentrations. So that's the first part of the USGS study. The second part is to go and then obtain soil samples from specific sites where we know we have PFAS contamination, and also obtain soil samples of different soil types from around the state that aren't contaminated by any local source, and do laboratory studies to see how PFAS chemicals interact with those soils, how fast they move through them, whether they're bound to them and retained by them. That helps give us information about how we would then go about setting a leaching standard for soil for PFAS. And then the third part of the study is to do some field studies at some existing PFAS sites. We do have a number of sites where PFAS have been released, and to go and actually do some in-field studies to see how PFAS is interacting with the soils at that site and how it's moving through those soils to get to groundwater. So I hope I'm not going too far into that, but I want you to understand the breadth of this USGS study. So we're waiting for that. We expect to have the report on those 3 parts by the fall of 2022, as Representative Mooney indicated. And then once we have that, we'll need to use that information to then do some further development and modeling to figure out what the numbers should be. It's very possible that we will propose through the normal rulemaking process, so there'll be plenty of opportunity for public participation in that. But it's very possible that we may propose something we haven't done with other chemicals, which is soil type-based standards. So in which you have a site that has certain kind of soil, it might have a different standard for PFAS contamination than another soil type because the PFAS moves differently or at a different speed in that type of soil. So that's maybe more than you need to know for now, but that gives you an idea of why we need this time to do this work very carefully and then go through the normal rulemaking process to establish soil cleanup standards. And as Representative Rung indicated, a second part of that first section will allow us to do really what's kind of happening anyways, but it'll give us more clear authority. And that is to look to parties who are examining their sites or doing monitoring to not just test for the 4 compounds, but to test for an expanded list of compounds. Most folks are already doing that, but the problem is that there are a handful of PFAS compounds that are beginning to emerge as perhaps a concern that we don't yet regulate. And the problem is if we wait until it's determined that that's a problem, then we have no data about those compounds, where they exist, where they're a problem. So looking ahead at the handful of compounds that we are concerned about and getting data on that ahead of time before we look to set some kind of drinking water standard or soil standard is going to be very helpful to us. And I think it's going to be more protective of the public as a result. So the second part of the bill basically amends the Groundwater Protection Act and does 2 things there. One, it clarifies some existing authority to establish soil standards. As I said, we already have a host of soil standards for a number of compounds, but this just clarifies it and makes it clear that what we should be doing is setting standards to protect groundwater and to protect human health. So the idea is that we already do this with our soil standards. In some cases, we have 2 standards. One is a number that we determine would be protective of groundwater quality, so a number in the soil, a concentration in the soil where you wouldn't have an impact above groundwater standards in the soil. And another one is human health, where it's just direct contact. So it might be a different number if you're just trying to protect children playing in the soil, because, you know, kids play in the dirt, and they eat a little bit of the dirt, and they get an exposure that way. And so the analysis and the work that you need to do to set those standards is different. So this just makes it clear that those two things are appropriate criteria that we should be using to set soil standards. And then the second part of that is it's a clarification, but also putting a little finer point, making more explicit our authority to require persons who are responsible for contamination of groundwater as a result of their emissions, and this is not with respect specifically to PFAS, but really to any contaminant, or who, you know, somehow they're either liable under the law for what's happened, or they just simply caused the release of a contaminant that has a groundwater quality standard. So the idea is that if a person, whether it's a company or an individual, improperly disposes of a contaminant, and it gets into the groundwater and it impacts an individual person's drinking water well, they have a responsibility to provide safe alternate water. And that, for that person, which could be putting treatment on the well, or in some cases could be connecting them to a public water system. I want to emphasize, this is something that's happened for years. DES has a site remediation program where we have required individual parties who have caused contamination to provide alternate water. That includes companies that have had big releases and impacted people's wells in a neighborhood. It includes municipalities who have a landfill who's impacted, you know, a couple of neighbors next to the landfill drinking water as a result of releases from the landfill. In answer to Representative Aaron's question, we have a long history at DES of making those analyses to figure out, you know, is this something that really happened? Did this person really cause the contamination? And the way that we do that is through really traditional soil and groundwater investigations. So we have the party who is, if you've had a documented release, you're already required under the law to do site investigation, put in groundwater monitoring wells, do soil samples, and it sort of almost becomes a game of connect the dots. So if you have a site here and a well that's impacted here, and you do the study in between those two places to look at soil and groundwater quality, can you make a reasonable argument that yes, that release is what caused that well to be contaminated? In some cases, it's very clear. We have parties that, you know, just say, yep, it's us, and we'll provide the alternate water. In other cases, it may not be that clear, and it may be very difficult. It may be a very complex hydrogeological setting where it's hard to tell. And certainly, if a party feels like they're being unjustly accused of causing that problem, they have all the remedies available to them. They can appeal. If we ask them to do it and they refuse to do it, but we're confident that it's their responsibility, we might issue them an administrative order. They have the right to appeal that and have that heard before the council and the courts. Or if we took them to court to do it, they obviously have their rights to fight that in the legal setting, in the court setting. So that's the second part. And then the third part is, and I want to emphasize, I know it's confusing reading the amendment, sections 3 through 7 there. The changes that we are making actually don't change the responsibilities of the regulated community one bit. This is not creating new responsibilities. It's not creating new law or making somebody who wasn't responsible to do something now responsible. We have a hazardous waste generator certification program that is limited to small quantity, what we have up to now called small quantity generators, those folks who generate less than 220 pounds of hazardous waste per month. And there are 3,000, there are over 3,000 of those entities, small businesses in the state, that generate relatively small amounts of hazardous waste. They have a host of requirements that apply to them, but they're not as significant or robust as the requirements that apply to larger generators who generate more waste. But they do have to comply with those. As you can imagine, we can't have a fleet of inspectors that can go out and regularly inspect 3,000 generators. So what we do is a number of years ago, we established this small quantity generator self-certification program, which we essentially administer with 1 or 2 people, basically. And it's very efficient. It's worked very effectively, where every 3 years, if you're one of these small quantity generators, your responsibility is to basically do a self-audit. Look at the rules, look at what your requirements are, see if the way that you're managing your waste is in compliance with those, and fill out a form that Representative Comtois referred to, and that form would not change. and basically self-certify that you're in compliance with the rules. Or if you're not, let us know that and seek whatever help you need to come into compliance. And then we do some auditing with interns to try to kind of check that as well, or with our inspectors. But it's been a very successful program. None of that changes. That program will be run exactly the same way. It'll apply to all the same people. But what we're changing here is that because when we created that program, we put this term small quantity generator language in the statute just to be descriptive, because that's what we called it. The problem is, if you go back in time, we have a program for hazardous waste management and regulation that is essentially an analog to the federal program. And when the federal law came down in the mid-1970s to establish responsibility for hazardous waste generation, states had the opportunity to develop their own programs and then seek authorization to implement the program in lieu of the federal government. And we did that. It's been a very successful program for 40 years now. But when we did that, we chose to use slightly different terms to describe the different sizes of generators. And the letter shows a table there that compares how the terminology that we use is not the same as the terminology that the federal government uses. And that's worked okay. We've spent a lot of time educating generators, but we have a number of businesses, as you know, who work in more than one state. They have facilities in more than one state. And it's created confusion and some inconsistency in terminology, because what we call a small quantity generator is not the same thing as what the federal government might call a small quantity generator in the past. So as a result, if for businesses that work in more than one state, when we start using our terminology, they look at us cross-eyed and get kind of confused and say, that doesn't make sense. What are you saying? And so what we've decided is that without changing our rules or changing the way we regulate these parties, we want to align our terminology with the federal government, so we eliminate that confusion, make our rules and our program easier to understand and more user-friendly for the business community. It's also going to facilitate, as we move forward, we're required, as EPA has developed new rules related to hazardous waste all the time. We're required to adopt those rules on a schedule to maintain the authorization of our program and the approval from the federal government of our program. As we do that, it'll be much easier to do that if we're using the same terminology. And that's really what this is about. So again, it's easy to conclude that it's changing something, but it really doesn't. What it really does is it scrubs this language about small quantity or very small quantity out of the statute, puts it in rules where it belongs. So if this amendment were to pass and these provisions were to change in the hazardous waste statutes, what we would do on the heels of that is then go into our rulemaking process and change this terminology to align it with the federal terminology. And then we'd have consistent terms being used between us and the federal government. And I've spoken far too long, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. I guess I'll start with one that I have. So looking at the original bill, there were concerns expressed in the fiscal note about the quantities and limitations that were set originally in the statute.
Yes.
And looking at the amendment, those have all been taken out and sort of put to the rules-making process. Right. And I guess on line 15, it says such rules may include a requirement for testing for PFAS other than those for which the state currently has a groundwater quality standard. Mm-hmm. One of the purviews of our committee, obviously, is agricultural policy and looking at that. And I know there was some concern expressed in the original fiscal note about its effect on biosolid application. Do you perceive that as you go through the rulemaking process that the standards that you will want to set will have that same impact on the application of biosolids? Our agricultural community depends a lot on those for the production of many crops.
Sure, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. And in fact, the USGS study that we're doing will include a site where biosolids have been land applied to try to understand that. That's been a concern. We have, if you're involved in that community, you may know Anthony, now I'm forgetting Anthony, I've known Anthony for years. Anthony is a person who does the biosolids regulation program at DES. He's been just a steadfast champion for, trying to make sure that we do that in the most careful and appropriate way, and it's been a very successful program. It's something that we're looking at carefully. We know that it seems that what's happened in Maine was in large part a result of paper mill sludges that were part of the biosolids. We don't have as much of a history of that being part of biosolids in New Hampshire as they do in Maine. Having said that, there are, when biosolids are mismanaged, and we had a facility that actually was a processing facility for those materials that did have impacts on nearby drinking water wells with PFAS. And so we've had to deal with that specifically to address that. Having said that, we're not seeing, we're still studying it, but we're not seeing similar impacts at biosolids facilities that have just been utilized for an agricultural purpose. But that's something that, I guess the best way to answer the question is we're specifically making that part of the USGS study because we want to understand more about that. And with the authorities and the directive that this gives us, it would give us the ability to tailor, specific standards and practices to the biosolids application so that could, be addressed in a way that was practical and hopefully, would allow for continued appropriate use of biosolids.
Thank you. I know it was a bit of a complicated question.
It is indeed, yeah.
But I appreciate the answer, and we certainly appreciate your attention to that matter, because it is quite important to the agricultural community.
And I apologize, I got to give Anthony credit. Anthony Druin is the...
Fair enough. Well, I put you on the spot, so.
All right.
Any other, Representative Bixby?
Yes, thank you for taking my question. First off, I'd like to thank you for all the work that you did on this amendment. I looked at the original bill and I thought, this doesn't really have a real effect, and it's not going to be useful. And this amendment completely changes that, and I think this is leaps and bounds ahead of the original bill. But my question has to do with the Representative Rung mentioned that there are chemicals that are not the PFAS chemicals that are not the ones that are currently have standards, and suggested that those chemical variants might have been intentionally made to vary so they wouldn't fit under the standards. And my impression was that when you're dealing with PFAS, it's all a waste product that is the result of not your intended chemical operation, but sort of the byproduct of the thing you're really trying to make. And because chemical reactions are complicated, they spew out more than just the isolated things that you're planning to make or that you would initially anticipate. So I'm wondering, is there any intention in the ones that don't fit under the current regulations, or is it that they just haven't been assessed yet and they need to be assessed in order to see if, figure out how they fit into the standards?
Sure, that's a great question. So it needs to be said, there are literally thousands of PFAS compounds. It's certainly, it's complex, a little bit complex answer to your question. I think the simple answer is, it's yes, both. What you described is a condition that exists sometimes, but it's also true that very specific chemistry is designed for specific uses. It is, as we understand it, if you think about a PFAS compound, it's basically a carbon chain with some kind of functional group on the end of it, but all the carbons are just saturated with fluorine atoms. That's it, just fluorine atoms. In one particular case, it appears that the industry designed a chemical that would have one hydrogen, one fluorine replaced with hydrogen, so that it would basically not be the regulated chemical. And so that's a concern for us too. So we have to pay attention to these things. They're complex. It's also the case that, for good reason, the industry will design, when a particular chemical is identified as a health risk, they'll try to design a chemical that isn't going to be a health risk, that does the same thing chemically that they're trying to do in whatever manufacturing process. And so as those chemicals become used more frequently, we're just looking at those in the toxicology community nationally and globally are looking at those chemicals to see if those are a concern. So what you have is you have a host of we have the 4 compounds we regulate right now, and the reason we regulate them is we have quite a bit of information that they may pose a health risk. And we know quite a bit about their prevalence, we know how they were used in industry, and we know that we have concerns about their potential to harm health. So we're able to use the information on that, use good science to set defensible standards in groundwater and drinking water for those compounds. There's a whole host of other ones where we don't have those conditions. We may not know very much about where it's used or how it's used. We may not know very much about where it exists here in the state, in soil and groundwater, and we may not know much about the toxicology. So, but as you can imagine, the community of toxicologists and researchers are constantly looking at this, and new information emerges. As that new information emerges, a particular chemical may rise to the top and say, well, we're a little bit concerned about this and we're going to do more work on that. We don't have enough information to really develop a defensible standard right now, but we know we need to look at it. And what I'm suggesting with this bill, just making it, when we identify those compounds, we might be able to say, look, we don't have a standard for this right now, but when you are looking at your soil or your groundwater for these 4 regulated contaminants, we'd also like you to look for this one. That sounds complicated. In practice, it's pretty easy because what's happening is the laboratories who routinely do this work, really, they have an expanded panel already in there. So if you order up a PFAS test, you actually have to order custom to get the 4 compounds. If you order a standard PFAS test, you'll get a panel of, depending on which test you pick, you may get a panel of 17 or 25 or 39. But the idea is that this bill would just make it clear that that DES has the authority to ask to look at some of these additional compounds. Thank you.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm curious to know how other states are dealing with this issue, and are there states that are more successful than others, and where does New Hampshire stand in that continuum of states?
Well, that's a terrific question. There are a number of states who are dealing with this. I mean, basically, any state that doesn't think it has a PFAS problem hasn't looked, because these compounds are so widely used in commerce that we can guarantee that there is soil and groundwater contamination with PFAS in every state. And most states that have done the work have confirmed that. Regionally, the states of Vermont and New York State and New Jersey have had to deal with this problem pretty extensively. And in fact, the same sort of saga that started with us in March of 2016 started 1 month earlier in Vermont. So I was at a meeting with my counterpart from Vermont in February of 2016. He took a call during the meeting, and when the problem emerged there in North Bennington, and they had very significant impacts, just like we had as a result of air emissions of PFAS in North Bennington. A month later, we dove into that because we learned that we had the same situation in Merrimack. So I guess the short answer is that New York State, Vermont, New Jersey have worked very effectively to do this. I'm not sure I'm the right person to ask because I'm probably biased. I think we have done in New Hampshire probably more aggressive sampling of groundwater and soil than any other state because we've had to. And I will say our neighbors in Vermont are probably a close second, and New York State also has done just tremendous work. But it's every state responds to the specific problems that they're dealing with. I think we still have a lot of work to do. I mean, we have a number of people at DES, many people, who work every day. Almost all of their work is focused on PFAS because of, we've never had anything like this before where we literally have, thousands of homes in southern New Hampshire that have been impacted, whose drinking water have been impacted by these contaminants. So it's an outsized response, but it's an outsized problem.
Thank you. An additional question, if I may?
Follow-up?
Thank you. My second question is, do these PFAS compounds occur naturally at all?
No, they are entirely synthetic. They were invented in a chemistry lab back in the early 1940s.
Thank you.
So that's actually a good segue to a question I was going to ask. So like with oil spills and things of that nature, there are microbial things that can occur that sort of help break these compounds down and take care of them naturally. do any microbial action or any other type of things we can do exist for remediation of these PFAS components once they're in soil, or is it strictly removal and, or, you know, some of the other things we talked about, pump and filter and things of
Sure.
that nature?
I believe there's some very limited evidence that microbial action can impact the degradation of these compounds, but it is very limited and very slow. These are, you know, one of the reasons they're so widely used in commerce is they're very unique and they're really powerful chemicals in the sense that they have the ability simultaneously to repel water and repel oils and grease, which almost nothing does. It's usually one or the other, right? These can do both. And it has to be said, these are very important products. I mean, the Teflon and the various variants of PFAS are used in products that you know, make all kinds of important medicine very, you know, possible. You name it. I mean, they're used in so many different ways because they are very valuable and useful. And, you know, one of the things that DES has said is that, you know, if a heart valve needs Teflon, we want them to be able to make that heart valve. But if hamburger paper needs it to keep the grease out, maybe that's not the highest and best use. So society's going to have to make decisions about where they really want to use these compounds and where it makes sense and it's important and any risks are worth, you know, worth managing, and other places where maybe they're not. And that's not something we're going to do here, but I think nationally and globally, those decisions are, you know, starting to be made. And, you know, at some level, the industry is making those decisions too. They, you know, if they have a high-end need to make a product that can't be made any other way, they're going to do it. But if they've got a product they could do another way and not take on the risk of using PFAS, the industry and commerce are already making those decisions to eliminate from those types of products.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. So one question that I do have for the department is that we have talked at length about potential remediation strategies. And I think a previous speaker had mentioned that individuals were instructed not to drink or use their soil in that manner. And you also mentioned an incoming report due in next year, or excuse me, October 2022. Is that correct?
Around that time, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So in which case, I guess I'm wondering, is that perhaps, when will those remediation strategies be available to folks, or what are the next steps to getting folks some remediation in those areas?
Thank you for the question. So really, that's a two-part question. The question on drinking water is pretty easy. It's not easy or inexpensive, but it's known technology. We can very effectively treat drinking water with granulated activated carbon. It can also be, you know, treated under the sink in just a local point of use treatment filter for a kitchen sink using reverse osmosis. So there are existing, tested, well-known, affordable technologies for removing PFAS from drinking water. So that piece is really just about resources and time. We don't need necessarily any new research to get it. It's not like we're waiting for a breakthrough on that. We have tested technologies to take care of that. On the soil side, it's be much more difficult. There's some work going on that looks at treating actually sludge and soil through some sophisticated methods that are still kind of in the research and pilot phase, and they may come. But the reality is, if you look at, I like to talk about it in the context of southern New Hampshire, because the problem is so huge in southern New Hampshire that even if you had a cost-effective technology for treating soil, it's just the magnitude of it. You know, there's just what amounts to millions of tons of soil that may have detectable concentrations of PFAS. We're not going to be looking at a remedial technology now in the aggregate, right? So basically what we'll look at is making sure that people have safe drinking water, either through treatment or a public water system in southern New Hampshire, so they're not getting exposed. And then we're going to look at soil concentrations to make sure that locally, where they might get exposed to those soils, they're not getting an exposure that's unsafe. In most cases, we've not seen, based on what we understand right now, concentrations in soil, except maybe, you know, in very close into the plant site, that would pose a risk to somebody playing in the soil, you know, a kid playing in the soil or something like that. So the main concern is about whether those soils pose a risk to groundwater. And the reality is, in southern New Hampshire, that will probably be the case for many years to come. And there won't be a lot we can do about that other than to make sure people have sources of clean drinking water. On an individualized basis, on a site, there may well be technologies that will be available. Right now, we have other, sort of run-of-the-mill contaminants, if you will, that aren't PFAS, where it's also impracticable to treat the soil. And we rely on institutional controls like putting a cap on the soil or, basically eliminating contact with it, eliminating rainwater from falling on it so that it can't percolate down into the groundwater. So the short answer is we don't have a sort of a magic bullet for treating soil, and I'm not sure we're going to have one anytime soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Thank you for taking my question. So I'm wondering if there's an issue with the uptake of PFAS chemicals by agricultural crops.
That's a terrific question. It's one we've been fielding really since the problem was identified in 2016. Unfortunately, the amount of research available for that is not large. There has been some research, and I think there's increasing research looking at uptake by agricultural plants, by food crop plants of PFAS. Right now, to be honest, I think our knowledge about that at DES is still in its infancy. There's more work going on. There's work in other states. They're looking at that, and it can be a concern. But I think that based on everything we've seen so far, the primary route of exposure that is really the one that is of concern for humans is the drinking water. And the whole idea is it's a matter of dose, right? Because most people are getting through cooking or drinking, 2 liters or more of water a day. So that's your primary exposure. You're ingesting that water. It's a direct impact. And the agricultural piece is obviously, it's a few steps removed. Plus, people don't eat the very same thing all day long, all 3 meals. So even if one part of their diet might actually have a vegetable or crop of some kind that has PFAS in it, they're probably not getting a very big dose because, unless they're, always eating the same thing all the time. But again, our knowledge of that is still pretty limited, and we're still looking at that.
All right, seeing no more questions. Oh, we do have one in the back. Representative Perez.
Thank you for taking my question. My question to you is, I know that Merrimack, Londonderry, Litchfield, is those the areas that are more concerned right now. But I just wonder if DES is going to be checking other areas with single via and it has buildings. And for example, in my area, we already have super site soil contamination from previous company. So we already have that issue, and the soil was removed, and we're not allowed to drink the water, so we have water coming from another town. But even though we already have the soil removed and bring new soil into the area, we have a problem with soil in Milford, and we have to even put whole filtration system in our houses because we're getting rash, skin rash, and other issues related to either soil or water. I just wonder if you guys thinking about taking those areas with single VN and other companies may be contaminating the water and the soil.
Yes, thank you. That's a terrific question. And again, we manage somewhere on the order of 700 or 800 hazardous waste sites in the state where we have active investigations.
Director, could I get you to turn your mic back on? I think I hit you off by mistake.
They probably wanted me to stop, but yeah, thank you for the question. We have about 700 sites that we manage at the state level, 21 Superfund sites that we manage in concert with the federal government. And when we discovered the PFAS problem, we didn't just, we were working, to be sure, we were working diligently in southern New Hampshire to address that, but we realized that it was a statewide question. So we actually reviewed what we knew about our sites. We reviewed the businesses in the state and tried to identify which ones might be using processes that would use PFAS chemistry. And we went out, and indeed, we found a handful of sites in places other than southern New Hampshire where we have PFAS problems as a result. at the sites that we already know about, like the site I think you're talking about, we've got ongoing monitoring, and what we've done at all our Superfund sites and at our state sites is ask the folks who were already doing groundwater monitoring to include PFAS testing in their groundwater monitoring at least one time to evaluate that. And then if they don't detect it, they might not have to continue monitoring, but if it's detected, then PFAS becomes a regular part of their monitoring program. So we are looking at the sites that are in our inventory to make sure that PFAS is not an additional contaminant that we didn't know about. And in some cases, it is. I mean, for example, we have 400 closed online landfills in the state. Every single one of those, virtually, that we monitor for groundwater quality, we found PFAS in the groundwater, and now that's part of the routine monitoring.
Well, thank you to both of you for coming in, and I appreciate all the information you've given us. I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this bill before I close the hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll read the blue sheet. We have 4 signed in on the blue sheet, 2 opposed, 2 supporting, and we had 17 signed in online in support. So with that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1547. Okay, we are going to open up the hearing on House Bill 1187, which is relative to milk pasteurization, and I'll call on Representative Allard from Merrimack 21 to introduce the bill. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. If I look vaguely familiar, it's because I have come before you twice previously with the exact same language. The first bill, as some of you may remember, died as a part of the omnibus bills that died with COVID a couple of years back now. And a year later, I resubmitted House Bill 95 with the same language to allow for the production of ice cream as a product, as one of the allowed products of raw milk production. House Bill 95 went through this committee unanimously, as had its predecessor. It went through the House on consent, and it stalled in the Senate, and we had even been informed that it would not pass the Senate. And so during the open period this fall, I submitted House Bill 1187, again with the same language, to move this process forward. And at the same time, fortunate for me, the bill received some sort of CPR in the body across the wall, and it was rejuvenated by the good work of some senators. And if you have seen the Concord Monitor this morning on the front page, House Bill 95 has passed the Senate. It will come back to us for a small amendment that the Senate had put on about labeling, but House Bill 95 for right now is alive and well, which more or less makes House Bill 1187 superfluous. But in keeping with the parliamentary procedure, I must introduce it to you. I perhaps would, until House Bill 95 is signed, sealed, and delivered, I might recommend to you that you retain 1187, if that is your good judgment. And beyond that, I guess I might suggest that I give it to you and you could write some omnibus amendment to it and do other good things for the agriculturalists of New Hampshire with it. But as far as the production of raw milk ice cream, 1187, as I say, is superfluous now, on the assumption that 95 will get signed sometime this spring. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. So we don't have the ability to retain because we're in the second year of our session. The longest I could hold the bill would be into early March, but I'm not sure that that's going to satisfy House Bill 95 passing through the rest of the process. So I guess I'd like a little feedback from you. Would you like us to OTP this bill, or are we fairly confident that the governor is on board and we can dispose of this bill through an ITL?
Mr. Chairman, with the long life of this process that we've had thus far, I'm not sure that I would have the confidence to bank on anything. So I would throw myself at the mercy of the committee and say, I think maybe then we ought to OTP this bill and let something happen to it in future.
One final question I would have is the language that you submitted in 1187, does that contain the changes that the Senate did in House Bill 95?
No, it does not.
Okay.
It is as 95 was originally.
If we're going to pass this bill, would it make sense to amend, now I'm assuming that you're okay with the changes that were made, would it make sense to amend this bill to match that came out of the Senate?
It would indeed.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Anybody else? Seeing none, we thank you. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Woodcock from, I'm sorry, I can't see who you're representing, but I'll let you explain that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, the word processing is much better than my cursive and printing. Carroll County 2, North Conway, Eaton, Chatham. I have had the pleasure with Representative Allard for the last 3 years to meet before this group once again. I think the first time was OTP 20-0. The second time was OTP 19-0. And hopefully I disagree with my friend over here. I'd say OTP again, 20-0 or 19, whatever the collection number is. When I came 3 years ago, and it hasn't changed, Jim and I started this, or he started and I jumped on. We both had 2 small goat farms in our districts, where people are just trying to get their small amount of product to help with some cash flow in the summer, doing some ice cream out of the front farm. That's where all this started. And we still have the same 2 farms. However, they listened to Jim and I, which was an error, because they went out and bought a freezer, and one bought a machine, and think, well, 19-0, 20-0, terrific. Well, now they're sitting there with this equipment as well. So we'd really appreciate it if this time you could continue to support this bill and pass it once again forward, because this is nothing more that I could possibly think of that helps directly the small family farm in New Hampshire than this bill. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Woodcock? Seeing none, we thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, committee. Appreciate it.
Next up, in the final pink card I have is Robert Johnson from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director, and I'm basically here to echo what the sponsor, Representative Allard, had testified to and asked. I think, as most of you are aware, that we've met with the sponsor, and Representative Aaron, as a co-sponsor, was part of the discussions, Department of Agriculture, Department of Health and Human Services, and others a couple of years ago, so that we were all on the same page when we came to you. And so the one suggestion I would make clear that if we would support, as I believe has been indicated before, that you grab the Senate amendment and tack that on to this bill, just to be sure. If you allow me, Mr. Chair, I would like to speak to the House Bill 95, which is over in the Senate, and just remind you that that bill has an effective date of 60 days after passage. So we would urge you to act on that as soon as you can when it comes back to you, and then urge the governor to sign it soon, because with that 60 days, it would be great to have the law effective so the farmers can utilize it for this summer season starting in June. So I would say at the latest, we would hope the governor would sign it by mid-April. And I'll leave it at that, and thank you as always.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Johnson? Seeing none, we thank you. I do have one final pink card that was put in from Colleen Smith from DHHS. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator of the food protection section within DHHS. And yes, I've been before this committee regarding this bill for a few times also. I just want to go on the record that the department feels strongly against the expansion of raw milk products because of the increased risk of foodborne illness. While the labeling declaration that's in the Senate version of HB 95 is in the right direction, there was just so you're aware, last January there was a very significant outbreak. So that's after I had testified to this committee previously, where up to more than 50 people were sickened across 3 states due to raw milk production. Not raw milk ice cream, but raw milk. So it's just, it certainly brings home that there are, by doing more expansion, this is a risky product, and we just want to make sure that our concerns are presented to you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for DHHS? Representative Comtois.
Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering what states had the outbreak?
So it was a New Hampshire-based farm, but because of the proximity to this farm to Massachusetts and the Maine borders, there were also residents from other states that were sickened from drinking the milk from this New Hampshire farm.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Horrigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Do you think there's a extenuating? Do you think maybe this bill is made less bad because we're talking not about raw milk, but about yogurt and butter and similar products, which already naturally have some bacteria as part of the, whatever, I don't want to say processing, but whatever the culturing process for them?
Well, certainly one of the concerns that we have is the product ice cream that's being expanded in this bill, because it's a product that is consumed by young children and the older population, and those folks are more vulnerable to foodborne illnesses.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Anybody else that wishes to speak on this? Oh, Representative Bixby.
I have a question to the chair.
Okay.
So, in terms of the process of the Senate bill, since it's amended, do we need to? Is there some sort of committee of conference that needs to happen before it can go to the governor, or how is that difference reconciled?
It's my understanding that it will come back to the House, and we'll have the opportunity to accede to the changes or ask for a committee of conference.
Okay, so does that accession need to be made in a full session of the House?
We would have to accept the changes and then be voted on by the full House to accept the committee's agreement to accede to the change.
Okay, so that needs both a vote by our committee and a vote by the full House too?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, is there any way to speed that, or do we just wait for the slow wheels of government to get it over to our side?
I've not, in my experience with the House, found any way to make it go any faster or as fast as I would like to, but I will certainly inquire and see if we can move it along.
All right, thank you.
Any further testimony on this bill? All right, seeing none, I have the blue sheet. There is one sign-in in support, and there are 12 online in support. And with that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1187. We will take up House Bill 1412 at 11 a.m., which is about 10 minutes, so if anyone needs to use the facilities or stretch your legs, now would be a good time. Okay, seeing as it is 11 o'clock, we're going to open up the hearing on House Bill 1412 relative to gardening, homesteading, and organic food production. And I will call on Representative Foster from Hillsborough 5 to introduce the bill. Welcome to the ENA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative William Foster from Hillsborough 5, which are the towns of New Boston and Mount Vernon. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 1412 relative to gardening, homesteading, and organic food production. The purpose of this bill is to encourage and protect the sustainable cultivation of fresh foods at all levels of production, including on residential and agricultural properties for the purpose of personal consumption and non-commercial sharing. Additionally, it seeks to promote the development and sustainability of USDA organic certified agriculture at all levels in New Hampshire by lowering financial barriers to certification. Initially, this bill came about because of discussions I was having with voters in my district. Some were concerned that they had seen in other states where the right for individuals to produce their own food on their property had been ridden over by zoning and so forth. They were concerned about the grandfathering of these kind of clauses into, for them. And as far as I could tell, I'm a gardener. I grew up on a 5-acre farm in New York we were just raising some sheep and some other things. It was very much for our own personal use. But I'm not a lawyer. So as far as I could tell by looking through things, it seemed like the grandfathering was there, but I wanted to be sure, so I went in and talked with some folks and produced this bill. I tried very hard to make sure that it didn't infringe on any current laws or any potentially developing laws, except to say that if someone bought a piece of property and they had the right to do it, that they retain that right until the property was sold. So I did that, and as I was doing that, another issue appeared, and some other voters talked to me about organic farming. And we had been closing down the state certification part of it, being replaced by private certifiers. Their concern was in the cost of the certification itself and how it presented barriers to smaller operating units. So as I talked more with people about that, and wanting to promote this statewide, I started looking and saying, well, all of the steps that you would take to become organic certified, those are tax deductions as far as I could tell, but I wanted to make sure that that was the case. But the important thing was the cost of certification. It occurred to me, if we could do a tax credit for people on that certification, where it wasn't being paid for, because I know there are some things that get paid for by the federal government. But any part that wasn't being paid for, if we could provide a tax credit, it would eliminate the financial burden and would encourage people to look into and consider organic farming. And so I had that written out, and the Office of Legislative Services helped me with where to put it, because I had no idea, and hopefully I got it in the right spot. But I think it's a good idea, and I'm asking for the committee's support for the bill.
Thank you, Representative. I guess I'll start with a question of my own first. So while I understand the intent of the bill, as a committee, we're always looking at agricultural policy, and we always certainly try to apply those opportunities equally across all spectrums of agriculture, be it organic, commercial, or any other type. Just curious, is there a specific reason you chose to give tax deductions specifically to fees that organic certification would do versus commercial agriculture as well, the fees that they pay?
Okay, the reason I did it for organic certified is because that's the issue that came before me. In reality, in looking at it, I think that there could be quite significant advantage to giving a tax credit, allowing people to get certified using the tax dollars that they had, that they're putting into the state. So it's basically giving them back the money that they're paying into the state as is in order to help them develop further markets that they can take advantage of and increase their revenues. So I have no problem with applying it to pretty much any certification that's going to do that for a business. I think it's a good way to go. It's not utilizing other people's money. It's literally giving them back the money that they're putting in. So I have no problem doing it for any of them. This just happened to be the one that came before me. Thank you for the question.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused about the tax credit because the credit would be against business profits tax. And my impression is that there is a fairly high net income threshold for even beginning to pay for business profits tax. Do you know of what size of organic operation would be liable to end up paying a business profits tax when the net income? I think I know it used to be 75,000, but I believe it is now 150,000 is the minimum that you need to be netting in order to actually be liable for a business profits tax.
Yeah, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a tax lawyer. I spoke with the folks at Legislative Services and tried to figure out what tax would be best to use. So if this is a situation where that is not going to work, I would be open to amending it to a situation that would. I just think that from a standpoint of these regulations presenting barriers to smaller operations that aren't presented to larger operations, I just think that by reducing those barriers, we could encourage more people and encourage the growth of these kind of certifications in New Hampshire. And that leads to markets that people would otherwise not be, that would not be available for people. So if you're a dairy farmer and you can get organically certified, you can sell it to a yogurt factory that is wanting organic milk to produce their yogurt. So from my perspective, if that is not the right tax, then like I said, I'm not a tax lawyer, so I'm just trying to get the concept and move the concept forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Rep. Comtois?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Having dealt with a lot of people coming before our committee in all types of agriculture and farming, part of the reason that businesses choose to go organic is because they can charge a substantially higher fee. As opposed to someone in traditional farming that doesn't have the will or can't possibly do that due to other barriers. Now, because they get to charge a higher fee, their profits are a little bit could be on the higher side. There is a business reason why people go organic or do traditional. I don't see that giving a tax advantage over to someone who can then profit more from doing something would be fair across the board to all farmers. I was just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would think that by reducing the barrier for all farmers, in other words, the cost is going to be the same for anyone trying, no matter the size of their operation. It would increase the number of people engaged in organic farming. And because of that, it would increase the amount of organic produce in the state and probably lower the cost, I would imagine, of that produce. So if, initially what it's going to do is you're going to have people that are still charging a premium on it, and that's fine. All that's going to do is bring in more business, that's going to actually bring in more revenues. So I don't see a problem there. And in the long run, I think that what it will do is it will increase the amount of organic food that's available within our state, and also at your flea market, well, not flea markets, but your farmers markets and things like that. If you're organic certified and you're going to a farmer market to do your food, you're still competing with all the people that are there. So I don't see a problem with it, but I understand where you're coming from on it.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm not, what is the cost of getting organically certified? And is it a sliding, some kind of a scale so that if you're if you're a home gardener versus 5 acres versus 1,000 acres, is there a difference in terms of the cost?
Well, it was my understanding and the people that I talked to that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,000 and 800 some odd when it was being certified by the state, and that cost went up to it basically just about doubled for doing it with one of the non-state certified certifiers. That was my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Horgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Foster. We're moving in the direction of legalizing marijuana, or as we like to call it, cannabis. Do you feel this? And of course, tobacco is already legal to grow. So you feel like, does this definition give enough protection for homeowners and tenants who want to grow either of those plants on their property for their personal use, or do you think maybe might need to be tweaked? Of course, I'm just a substitute on the committee, so any work sessions I probably won't be at, but do you feel like those give enough for growing like those two plants or other things that people might smoke or not? What have I been smoking?
Thank you very much for the question. I really don't, and the reason I don't is in the bill itself, it is very, very clear that nothing in the subdivision shall be construed to, hold on, where is it? It basically is saying that it cannot go contrary to existing law. So as long as those things aren't legal to do right now, you can't do them. This law doesn't change that. But thank you for your question.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you to the prime sponsor for taking my question as well. I am curious a little bit about the intersection of gardening, homesteading, and farm stands, and how the differences in those regulatory arms, if you will, are intersecting with one another on a larger scale of organic food production. Can you explain in what circumstances the organic food production certification process is necessary? Is that necessary for a homestead or a farm stand?
Well, it's really designed more for the smaller farm operations, or at least in my thinking, it's designed more for smaller operations. And basically, by getting that certification, they can sell their organic eggs or their organic milk to other packagers or other food processing places that are looking specifically for organic for their products. And it basically is just opening up more avenues for those farms to actually sell their products.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you again for taking my question. So if I read this bill correctly, it seems to me that it's really aimed at smaller, let's say smaller gardeners or a large-scale gardener, but not necessarily a farm. for somebody who wants to be organically certified to maybe have a home business and sell at farmers markets? Are those the kinds of people that came to you and requested this bill?
Yes.
Okay, so, and they're finding out that the cost, the barriers to entry are too high for them. For their gardening operation, $1,000 for a certification would be too high for what they could produce. Is that basically what I'm hearing?
That was the feedback I was getting.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for Representative Foster? Seeing none, we thank you, sir, for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rob Johnson from New Hampshire Farm Bureau. Good morning again.
Morning again, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Once again, for the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. We certainly support the intent of the sponsor, and we certainly support our right to garden in New Hampshire, no doubt. I just want to point out to you that our state's planning and zoning statutes relative to the authority of municipalities in RSA 674:32-C, it's under the agricultural uses of land section, already go, we believe, above and beyond what this bill does. And I'll quote it. It's the tilling of soil and the growing of I'll start over again. The tilling of soil in the growing and harvesting of crops and horticultural commodities as a primary or accessory use shall not be prohibited in any district, period. That's been on the books for some time. And it's basically, I would say it is our right to garden statute, you could say, in many regards.
Rob, what was that RSA again?
674:32-C. 674:32-C.
Thank you.
We're also concerned, and I'm saying we're speaking in opposed to the bill, though again, we very much support the intent of what the, obviously, the Representative Foster is a supporter of agriculture, no doubt. Wanted to point out, in the bill is drafted, I mean, it could be read to say that it weakens current statute and protections for agriculture. Under proposed 432:38, Section 4, under A, B, C, and D, where B, for example, exempts, it says that nothing in this subdivision shall be construed to exempt any commercial agricultural operations from existing local, state, or federal law. Agriculture, we're already exempt from many statutes. I'll give you an example is the Shoreland Protection Act. Provided agriculture follows best management practices. So it weakens us right there. Under C, where it mentions water use, currently municipalities can't regulate water use. I mean, there are reporting requirements that farmers have above and beyond a certain threshold. Municipalities right now, they can regulate water use as far as watering lawns is where they have the authority. And then it goes on, the next one is fertilizer use. There's a preemption statute on the books that, again, protects farmers, again, providing they're using BMPs. And then in D, it appears to allow a homeowners association to regulate, which under current law they couldn't do. So again, I hate to be up here opposed to a bill when somebody is supporting agriculture. We're just pointing out these items. Getting to the second section relative to the tax exemptions and such, they're currently under federal statute, the USD organic program, again, this is from what I heard was designed to help smaller growers. The existing USDA program exempts, you can call your product organic if you've got under $1,500 or less in gross sales. You still have to abide by the USDA regulations, but you don't have to go through the certification program. USDA does provide cost share funds if somebody wants to convert. There's a cost share. From what I understand, it depends on exactly what you're doing, but adds up to a good 50% or more of the cost. And as far as Representative Bixby alluded to this earlier, with the business profits tax piece, there already are exemptions on the books that are, it's in the neighborhood, again, of that 75 to 100,000. I know there was legislation last year in the budget that increased that. So again, the intent to help smaller growers, we just don't see that this would do that. I'll try to address a couple of questions. Representative Harrington, you asked the question about marijuana. Well, as the RSA 21:34-A, which defines agriculture in the state, I believe it's defined as, it's mentioned in it of legal crops. So if it's not legal in the state, it wouldn't, obviously wouldn't be covered. And Representative Ditch, you asked a question about the cost of organic certification. And yes, there was recently the Department of Agriculture this past fall notified farmers that they were no longer providing organic certification for what they call processors or handlers, and for what was the other one? There's 4 sections. There's processors, handlers, wild, and which we didn't have any in livestock. So they're not. We had a dozen or so livestock. So they're doing this for crops. And those people, and this is what the sponsor may have heard, those people are now required to find another certifier. And the Department of Agriculture is the only certifier in New Hampshire. There's certifiers in Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts, not state entities. They're private agencies that do it. And the organic certification cost in New Hampshire, it's set by statute, and it was a number of years ago when it was set, so the costs are, for New Hampshire growers using the Department of Agriculture, are quite a bit less than what they are to use certifiers in other states. So there is, that's what I think the sponsor is saying, there is an increase there. And actually there's a bill that was introduced in the Senate that looks to that, and I think everybody from what we're hearing is an agreement that those costs are going to have to go up if the program is going to continue. So I think that's a piece of that. And just lastly, there's also mention about existing farm operations and grandfathering. And we have in New Hampshire a right to farm law that's been on the books since the mid-'80s, 1985, I believe, that is seen as one of the stronger ones in the nation. It was one of the first. And again, that's RSA 432, 32 through 35. That's 432:32 through 35. And that is known as, you won't see the words right to farm, but that is our right to farm statute. And I'd be happy to try to answer questions. As always, thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions from the committee? Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So the sponsor of the bill mentioned that the reason why this bill was thought of was because he saw other states had various zoning laws and other laws that were coming onto their statutes that were prohibiting farming, and basically didn't want to have that happen here. And I just want to confirm that your statement is that we already have those protections in place through RSA 674:32-C, as well as a right to farm bill, RSA 432, 32 to 35. Is that correct? I just wanted to verify that.
That's correct. I mean, there are always, I should say always, there are occasionally challenges at the municipal level, but we do have at the state level good protections in New Hampshire. What I'm saying is basically that the language as proposed in this bill weakens our existing statute. That's what it boils down to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions for Mr. Johnson? Seeing none, we thank you for coming in today. That is the last pink card I have. Is there any further testimony that anyone would like to give on this bill? Seeing there's no one in the audience, I'm going to guess that's a no. I will read the blue sheet. We have 1 signed in support on the blue sheet, and online we have 12 in support and 1 opposed. With that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1412. We will be in recess until 1 p.m. when we open up the afternoon agenda. And I do anticipate execing some bills this afternoon, so I would ask that everybody's is here and ready to go once we get going. Thank you. We'll be back at 1. Good afternoon, everyone. So being 1 o'clock or slightly after, we will welcome you all back. And first thing I want to do is say thank you to the committee for the sympathy card. I really appreciate it. Okay, we will open up House Bill 1517 FN, creating a pollinator solar scorecard, and I will recognize Rep. Hacken Phillips from Hanover to introduce the bill. Welcome to ENA.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For a matter of introduction, I am Representative Mary Hacken Phillips from Grafton County District 12, representing Hanover and Lyme, which includes the Dartmouth College residents. Thank you for hearing my testimony today and presenting HB 1517. I sit before you today as lead sponsor and on behalf of a constituent, a Dartmouth 22 college student, Mr. Riley Gordon. We proposed this legislation for a pollinator scorecard, which is known as HB 1517. As you know, or as you may know, pollinator collapse is a growing phenomenon with a troubling implication or set of implications for future generations, the environment, and agriculture here in the state of New Hampshire. Pollinators, like bees, support our plants, which support our animals that make up our food. Without pollinators, the natural cycle of life is endangered, and it follows that pollinator-friendly policies will ultimately benefit our state, especially when implementation is very low cost. Mr. Gordon's idea was to model a New Hampshire-based law from other states' existing legislation to create a pollinator-friendly standard promulgated for solar fields, in which owners, whether municipal, residential, commercial, or otherwise, of these said fields could voluntarily meet a set of standards and then claim a one-time status that the field was beneficial and pollinator-friendly. The idea was that standards could be set forth for a solar vegetation management plan where native plants could be planted beneath the ground-mounted solar fields to attract pollinators and serve as foraging habitats to birds. Amongst the pollinator benefits, these plans would help reduce heat beneath the structures, thereby improving their efficiency and improve the beauty of the fields for communities as opposed to a grass field or a solely rock covering underneath the solar panels. I agreed to help Mr. Gordon with this proposed legislation, which is how this proposal has reached you. Initially, we had a lot of interest from New Hampshire Save Our Pollinators Coalition, but as you can see from previous testimony submitted by the Department of Environmental Services last week, that we've had trouble bringing DES on board, as well as the UNH Extension professors with this idea. So there are three primary reasons why I would be cutting this introduction short today with a recommendation for ITL, which I will just note I did previously share with the committee before. So first, I spoke with UNH professor Amy Papineau, who has expertise in this field, and she's co-created, along with another retired professor, UNH's Cooperative Extension's Master Gardener Program and a Pollinator Gardener Certification Program. These focus on much smaller scale gardens, and as I understand it, Professor Papineau didn't think this proposal was feasible given that each wildflower and native plant garden tends to be extremely site-specific, particularly, what is in the ground previous to the cultivation, and that will also dictate, the success of the field itself. She was also saying that it's very difficult to cultivate and maintain what is in and underneath the soil, and she has concerns about scaling up the size of a small backyard garden to a large solar field. She is obviously cautious about creating a scorecard with a set of permanent guidelines because she really believes that working one-on-one with certified pollinator experts are required to have a successful field. And ultimately, she did not recommend the proposed legislation as an immediate step forward. Second, I spoke with both Mr. Pelletier of the DES and Phil Trowbridge of the Land Management Bureau, which is the proposed governmental body that we would propose be charged with publishing this ultimate scorecard. As I understand it, Mr. Trowbridge had concerns about the department's lack of expertise in creating the scorecard or even evaluating what would go in the scorecard. And then the long-term expense in tracking the status of the scorecard and owner's compliance. I explained that we were simply asking DES to publish the scorecard after UNH Extension had co-created and endorsed our proposal. And that we've identified the DES for purposes of publishing that scorecard because it's where we believe owners of solar fields needed to go to get the required permits at the outset. I also explained that this law would be designed where voluntary compliance and claims of beneficial ownership status did not require the state to track the scorecard for either compliance in the field itself or whom is claiming it. So the idea is that it'd be very low cost. It's just a simple statutory permissive compliance, and people can choose to cooperate and comply whether or not they want to. Mr. Trowbridge believes that the Department of Fish and Game would be a better promulgator of this scorecard, and we have yet to coordinate with the Department of Fish and Game, so I'm not prepared to offer an amendment at this time. Third, neither the Dartmouth student nor I have expertise to cultivate this proposed scorecard without UNH Extension's advice and guidance. So we were at a loss of what to bring to you today, which we understand is a critical part of our proposed legislation. So it's clear, even though there are models existing elsewhere, that we would like to design one that's more New Hampshire specific. And so there's a little more work to do there as well. And I think fourth, which I did not mention to you in my previous correspondence, that there is some language tweaking that needs to be done. The original proposal submitted to the Office of Legislative Services was based on a Vermont text, and for whatever reason, an alternative state's text was chosen and proposed here, which I think it doesn't appear very permissive in its titling, so there's some tweaking to do there as well. Although we are obviously aware that there is similar legislation existing in Vermont, and feasibility concerns have been addressed elsewhere in states across the United States. We realize obviously a lot more work is needed to identify and bring along the relevant stakeholders and to propose, our example scorecards. There's a lot more work there to do as well. This is why we're working to revamp our proposal in the coming months, and I'd like to resubmit an LSR in the coming year. That said, my belief is that we could be more efficient and productive by bringing that work offline, and that proceeding with an interim study is probably not the best use of resources at this time. But of course, I will look to the committee for its guidance on how they would like to proceed, and I'm here happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative. So I guess I'll just make sure that I'm clear. It is your request of the committee you'd like us to ITL the bill at this time.
That was my proposal, but I'm happy to follow your guidance.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you. Any questions for Representative Hacken Phillips? Representative Dutzy.
Yeah, I know this bill will probably be ITL, but my question in reading it is, I don't understand what the goal of certification is.
It's simply a PR beneficial status that we're hoping it will help bring other folks to the table in recognizing that pollinator-friendly fields are available to the state of New Hampshire, for folks here to claim that status, but to promote the beautification of these spaces as well. So not only, having more awareness raised by it, actually to make these spaces more beautiful and more beneficial to our society.
Follow up?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm on the Nashua Conservation Commission, and we made a favorable recommendation regarding solar panels that were done in a field near a wetland buffer. And one of our stipulations was that they create a pollinator field underneath that and make it wildlife and pollinator friendly. I'm also part of the Pollinator Pathways organization, and we're also the Conservation Commission is part of I think they call it the Wayside. So, I mean, there's a number of organizations in New Hampshire that promote education around building pollinator gardens and being pollinator friendly. So why not take an educational approach as to, you know, what seems to be just a lot of steps and a lot of bureaucracy for something that is basically just educational in, you know, in its intent.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I have not myself considered that in the past, but I will be happy to share those comments with the Dartmouth student who proposed this idea and to see if we could incorporate any of that moving forward.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you for bringing this bill forward, and thank you for taking my question. One thing that I was curious of, I understand what your intent and proposal to the committee is regarding which direction you would like to see the bill, but I was curious to know about whether or not the plantings that within the proposal, are they New Hampshire native plants, or is there any sort of delineation around that that would ensure that what is being planted in these proposed gardens are native and non-invasive, or any of those types of things?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Yes, to be short. The long answer is it was our intention to coordinate the listings of what acceptable or eligible native plants could be included in the actual scorecard itself. And we were looking to UNH Extension for guidance on what, you know, identifying which of those plants would be most helpful and, you know, maintaining its space and obviously pollinator friendly. So yes, obviously that's part of the work that would have needed to go into the scorecard. And, you know, when we initially met with the UNH professor about, you know, our proposed idea, we'd shown her a previous scorecard that identifies native plants. In this particular instance, it was Vermont. So similar, but obviously different. And we did not get into the nitty-gritty of the details at that point because she was not yet on board with the general proposal. So yes, that is something for the future to be worked out. Thanks.
Thank you for answering my question.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. What I'm wondering is why this needs to be legislation as opposed to using existing avenues like cooperative extension, which has a very good record for public education, and perhaps other other organizations that are already working with the sort of public education, public science, citizen science end of things. I'm not sure why this needs to be legislation.
Thank you for your question. And I should say that I think the best answer I can provide you at this time is that my understanding is that small backyard gardens are the focus currently at UNH Extension. The size of these current program focuses are much smaller than what we're proposing. Of course, coordinating with other organizations who are, you know, for instance, like the Conservation Commission that I've just learned about. You know, these solar fields are much larger and they will need a different set of focus and different, you know, there's going to be different management plans for that scale. So I think it's a matter of working out, you know, reaching out to other stakeholders who may already have more knowledge about this. And I think the educational benefits will come if it's something that is promulgated more widely across the state. Clearly, there are many stakeholders at the table already with their fingers in this project at various scales. We need to try to give them a centralized program, or for instance, this permissive legislation that would, you know, really extend much further than the small circular work that each of those organizations are doing. So that's the intent with our legislation.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We appreciate your testimony. So we have Representative McWilliams from Merrimack 27, but I guess I will ask all of the remaining folks who have put in cards where we have a request from the main sponsor to ITL this bill. Is it, if you want to waive off testimony and let the committee discuss what has been offered, we'll accept that, but it's up to you. If you'd like to testify, we certainly have some time for you to do that. So welcome to the EA, and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pearl. For the record, my name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams. I represent the west side of Concord, and you are currently sitting in my district, so welcome to my area of Concord. I'm a co-sponsor on this bill, and I think my take is slightly different than the sponsor's take, so I think it's worth putting it on the record. I would say that we have heard from all kinds of interested parties about this bill, and I think this bill has potential legs. I think there's something that we could do here legislatively. So I would respectfully disagree slightly on whether this does or does not need to be legislation. I believe this does need to be legislation, and let me tell you why I think this needs to be legislation. Basically, we have a nascent but growing solar industry in New Hampshire, right? So more and more companies are coming in and offering solar panels, and people who own large tracts of land are seeing the value in either doing a ground lease or potentially selling and doing solar. It's happening slowly. If we leave this to the market, what will happen is these developers will do the cheapest alternative underneath the panels. So on a smaller scale, that may mean gravel or wood chips. On a mid-range scale, that might mean using fossil fuels to mow grass underneath the panels. And on a large scale, that might actually mean removing the entire topsoil from a several-acre site and bringing in some other medium that's easier to maintain. So we as the state have the ability to set some parameters and rules for what happens in these large-scale solar developments, and in some cases, small-scale solar developments. But leaving it to the market means that the cheapest possible alternative is likely what will happen, and that is not necessarily a good thing for the environment of New Hampshire. And so as the legislature, I would remind you that we have the ability to set some parameters and thresholds for what these developers do on a solar site when they're developing in New Hampshire. So obviously, Representative Hacken-Phillips has already talked about our issues with pollinators in New Hampshire. This is reaching a crisis point. We know there's a problem. We have less bees every year. I don't need to tell you guys this. You've heard this. You're ENA. But big picture, I think that there's an ability to do some studying on this bill. And if it's studied offline, that's great. But I think this bill does need to come back in some form to talk about either capping or setting separate requirements for acreage for solar developments in New Hampshire and what that looks like that's best for the New Hampshire environment. So I do think that we should take a heavy hand with this and not just make it an optional opt-in scorecard program. I think we should have some serious parameters for the scorecard, and I think we should make this something that's required, because otherwise we're not going to see what we want to see for these open spaces that encompass large swaths of acreage across the state. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Phil Trowbridge from New Hampshire DES. Good afternoon, welcome to ENA.
Thank you, Chairman Pearl and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay, or should I? Okay. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll keep this brief. We support the recommendation to ITL this bill. The department had several concerns, and some of which have already been covered, related to duplicating effort with UNH Cooperative Extension. The one part that hasn't been mentioned yet today is that the department's main role with these solar sites is in stormwater management on the sites. And so we would want to make sure whatever proposal comes forward is consistent with that. And I think native vegetation, pollinator-friendly vegetation could be consistent with that. We'd want to make sure that it is. When we don't have a lot of expertise in this area, and we did some preliminary research. Some of the recommendations were needing to strip down soil and put down some plastic barriers. which would increase erosion, and that would go contrary to what we were trying to do through our permitting of these sites. So there's definitely ways to make these two things work together. We support the goal and the intent. We just think it needs some further study. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Trowbridge? Representative Bixby.
Yes, in Dover, at the elementary school where my kids went, at UNH did a project installing rain gardens to slow the runoff of rainwater, particularly from the building roof, into a relatively sensitive local brook. And I'm wondering if something in terms of rainwater management gardens might be something that would be workable in the future as if someone was trying to continue this legislation.
Yes, thank you, Representative Bixby. I think the answer is a qualified yes, and it all depends on the scale. We deal with some of these solar farms are 100 acres, and a rain garden would be quickly overwhelmed with the amount of runoff from such a site. So we often have to have quite sophisticated stormwater management systems just to handle that, to make sure we're keeping the soil on the site. But a smaller site, a rain garden could work, or a distributed system of rain gardens could work. But it's when we are permitting these things, we're getting engineered plans that show how the stormwater is going to be captured and managed, and it can be fairly complicated.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Mason.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for being here today. Question I have is pretty simple. You spoke about 100-acre parcels being used for these projects. Is there a seed available that is a native seed for New Hampshire that people can purchase and plant that with a native seed crop? I mean, I don't know of any place that manufactures that or has that available.
Thank you, Representative Mason. There is a seed mix that is supported by New Hampshire Fish and Game, and it might be better to call it the absence of invasive species seed than purely native vegetation. But when we permit these facilities, we do require the use of the seeding mix that does not introduce invasive species.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
All right, the final pink card that I have is Patrick Hackley from the Division of Forest and Lands. Thank you. Well, good afternoon and welcome to ENA.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pearl. For the record, my name is Patrick Hackley. I'm the Director for the Division of Forest and Lands. I'm going to testify anyway because we have some suggestions about revised language. So we're happy to work with the sponsors of the bill. If and when this comes back and it does have legs, we're willing to work, like I said, to refine and make the bill more meaningful for the intent. So thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 1517, creating a pollinator solar scorecard. The Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, Division of Forest and Lands, we take no position on this bill, but we wanted to offer these following comments. So the Division of Forest and Lands, as most of you know, is one of the 5 divisions under the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. And within that division, the Natural Heritage Bureau responsibilities include collecting and analyzing data on the status, location, and distribution of native plant species and natural communities to develop and implement measures for the protection, conservation, enhancement, and management of native New Hampshire plants. As many of you know, again, native plants support a diverse food web due to a long history of interacting and evolving with native wildlife. Most native insects evolved to be specialists on native plants. Therefore, we suggest amending the proposed language in Section 362F 16(1) A to also include other wildlife that benefit from native plantings. I'm going to offer very specific amended language changes, but I realize way ahead of the curve here since the sponsor has asked it to be ITL. So I've submitted my testimony to you. I don't know that it's productive right now for me to go through the 2 or 3 amendments we're suggesting, but I did want to let the committee know that the Division of Forests and Lands Natural Heritage Bureau is very willing to work with the sponsors to refine it. One last point I will say is there's been a question of expertise as far as how to advise the sponsors on how this scorecard can be developed. And I would like to just give a plug for our staff at our division. So the Natural Heritage Bureau and our colleagues at the Non-Game and Endangered Species Program at Fish and Game Department. Those 2 agencies would really be a good source of technical guidance for the sponsors going forward.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of Mr. Hackley? Seeing none, we thank you. I might
you.
suggest you give a copy to
You bet.
Representative Hackett
I
Phillips. so she
emailed
could
it
have-
just this morning.
Oh, perfect.
So, all right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for pink cards. Anybody else wish to testify on this bill? All right, seeing none, I'll read the blue sheet. We have 2 signed in favor, and we have online sign-ins of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 neutral. With that, I will close the hearing on HB 1517. So we have a couple of minutes before we can hear our next bill. I'm going to go into exec session on House Bill 1517, and I'll look to Representative Bixby for a motion. Mic on. Turn your mic on.
I move we take the sponsor's suggestion and make this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Do I have a second? Representative Stapleton seconds. Do we have any discussion from the committee on the motion of ITL? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Aaron? Okay. Representative Comtois? Yes. Representative Arnold? Yes. Representative Stapleton? Yes. Representative Hamola? Yes. Representative Kennedy? Yes. Representative Mason? Yes. Representative Sanborn? Yes. Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan? Yes. Representative Schultz?
No.
Representative Dutsey? Yes. Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky?
Yes.
Representative Kaplan? Yes. Representative Perez?
No.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
14. I have 14 to 2.
14 to
Motion
2.
passes.
Motion passes 14 to 2. Any objection to putting it on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll place it on consent. Thank you.
Are we going to have a minority report
Will there be a minority report?
or a majority report?
I don't, if it's on consent, there can't be a minority report.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, there we go.
It's been a while since I've exec one. Okay, and now that it is 1:30, I will, Rep. Ladd is here, so I will open up the hearing on House Bill 1584 FN, establishing a capital improvement grant program for the benefit of state fairs and agricultural fairs. And I see Representative Ladd is here. When he's done his testimony, I'm certain
I'll-
he'll
I'll
give
do
me a pink card.
Yeah. Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Rep. Ladd. Welcome to ENA.
Well, thank you very much. I kind of feel like I'm out of my bailiwick here. You know, I probably belong downstairs in education. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, and that's up on the Connecticut River, just a little south of Littleton and a little north of Hanover. I come from a farming community, a community which is very rural, and a community that really looks at agriculture as a primary source of income for so many people, whether it be the John Deere dealership or the Hatchland Dairy, which is a large dairy in this state, or it be growing apples. We have it all right there in Haverhill, as you do many other parts of the state here. So I'd like to address 1584, which is established as a capital improvement grant program for benefit of state fairs and agricultural fairs throughout our state. And to start off with, the issue of state fairs in our state, we've had state fairs. It's been a way of life for going back to when my grandfather came here back in the 1700s, a direct grandfather in Haverhill, New Hampshire, from Haverhill, Massachusetts, and Newburyport. But we have been, as a past in the state here, and I'm sure the commissioner will be able to address it even a little bit more, that back in 1989, we had funds that came from the parimutuel pools there at Rockingham, which money came annually to state fairs in our state. Back in that year, it was $145,500. And it's grown to $150,000, then down to $50,000, and stopped in 1979 or thereabouts at around $275,000. Now, the North Haverhill Fair, which I'm very familiar with because it's just in my own backyard, is a fair which attracts folks from all over New England, as does Hopkinton Fair and some of the others, which at times can attract as many as 70,000 people during the course of that fair. And when I came across and back to, I'd taken the grandkids over to look at Saratoga and the battlefields and all that, came back through Vermont. And when I came to the visitor center there in Vermont, this is 2 days before the North Haverhill Fair opened up, one of the gals came running in and said, "I see your license plates are from New Hampshire. Guess where I'm going? I'm going to the North Haverhill Fair." I said, "Guess where I live?" Right there, only a little bit, I live in Haverhill. There's a whole lot of towns within our village districts within Haverhill, from Pike to North Haverhill to Woodsville, et cetera. But at any rate, we used to get that funding. And I'll leave the committee this. I had do a research on it. This goes back over the years on state fairs and how it was done by Anna Bickford, who is a researcher there in the office. So I'll leave that for your records. So, Madam Clerk, you won't have to do any writing on that part. But there have been some recent research here. This is about 10 years old, done by Plymouth State University. I was just up again talking with Don Burks, who's the president of Plymouth State, last night at 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And we talked a little bit about fairs and how they feel that that's an integral part of our lifestyle up there. But back then, they started in 2002. They've gone all the way through 2011. They said, what is the income that comes from these state fairs here in the state of New Hampshire? And it's over $40.6 million annually from these state fairs. But it's dwindling. It's dropping off. And we've got to be cognizant of that and try to address. The report stated agricultural fairs in New Hampshire generated 907 jobs, $27.4 million in household income, and $7.1 million in state and local government receipts. This is about 10 years ago when PSU did these surveys. They haven't done it since. But that information was available back then. Now we're dealing with a situation where the life in fairs is really changing. It's changing in terms of the need for having capital facilities, buildings, and three-phase power and all that coming in, and that's adding costs. You have to have many utilities and various services for visitors available, and that's required by DES and many of the organizations which assess this. in Haverhill, our state fair does generate a sizable hunk of dollars. And one thing they try to do up there is that because they are a nonprofit, they do not, they don't have to pay their taxes, but they do pay property taxes up there because they're trying to make sure that the local taxpayers don't get caught with the bill for the fair. And the fair is set up, and this bill that you have before you defines who's eligible for a capital improvement grant. And in order to be eligible to receive grant money, that we're proposing that $250,000 be contributed to a grant fund to support capital improvements, be it the roof, be it the toilets, be it whatever in this. You had to be a member of the New Hampshire Association of Fairs and Expositions. I don't know the exact number. It's probably around 14 or so right now. And you have to promote agriculture. And you have to develop, support rural economic development, and support the youth that through 4-H and Future Farmers of America. And you have to have those types of elements which contribute to agriculture and the way of life. And I believe the fair at North Haverhill does that. Of course, I know there's some maple syrup growers here. I'm looking at one. And we do have the museum and all the paraphernalia goes with it, but we don't have the facility for it. It's sitting outside and rusting, and we do have a maple syrup museum. In fact, the commissioner and I went through that just this year. But we need some help, and all these fairs need help right now. And to maintain this way of life, to maintain what New Hampshire is, this bill tries to do that. In order to be eligible to receive a grant according to this bill, you've got to be a nonprofit association located in New Hampshire that is a full member in good standing with the New Hampshire Association of Fairs and Expositions. Have to annually hold events that offer contests or exhibits of 4-H members and clubs, granges, farm crops, domestic livestock competitions, or home crafts. We're seeing that, especially in this last year because of the pandemic. The number of displays did shrink. Of course, we're also in competition with some regional fairs going on down in Massachusetts. The grants that we're talking about here are controlled through the appropriation which goes to the commissioner sitting behind me, Commissioner Jasper. And there's a merit system in which the grants can be handed out. And this bill also provides rulemaking authority to the commissioner. And the rulemaking authority is what the department shall adopt rules pursuant to this 541A relative to procedures for capital improvement grant applications relative to eligible New Hampshire fairs. And there's a merit rating system that this bill requests that be implemented. It accounts for such factors as the area, the population the fair is serving, the youth participation, attendance, your gate receipts, number of type of exhibits, community support, evidence of successful achievement of desired outcomes and purposes of the fair, extent of improvements made to the grounds and facilities from year to year. Just backing off a little bit, the school building aid here in education, we do not award any grants to schools that have not demonstrated that they've maintained their buildings in a way that they should be maintained for the last 20 years. We also make sure that there's an effort to, from the community to support the grant that they're receiving. The same should occur here. There has to be an effort to maintain and not let things just go to heck. The overall condition and appearance of the grounds and facilities is also looked at, which is really important. Grants are on a competitive basis. The department shall develop and manage appropriate contracts with the selected applicants, monitor project expenditures and grantee performance. And so there's a process that's outlaid in the bill here on the health or safety safety capital improvements and contract requirements. So I won't take much more time on this. We see it as vital and a good way to, vital for community growth, vital for agriculture in our state, and a way to maintain and continue what we have in the state. I've worked with the Fair Association. They're very supportive of this. Of course, they would be, but they are. And I've also worked with the 4-H and those that are in FFA up in our neck of the woods in Haverhill. And I believe that this is not a great deal of money we're talking about here. A capital improvement fund of $250,000, of which grants that go out, 5% would be remaining for the commissioner use in administrative purposes. The remainder would go to the, districts as on a merit basis based upon how the commissioner decides they should go. There's a latitude in this bill for the Commission of Agriculture and Marketing. So in conclusion, I would like to, just maybe hand the baton off to others that are more knowledgeable about agriculture. I plant my own garden every year, but that's about the extent of it. Nothing comes out of the ground. I have, a lot of weeds. So, and I do go out there periodically, every so often, to try and chase the dog and various animals out of it, but it doesn't ever work. So, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to come to agriculture. I'm surprised you don't have some food for us here.
Thank you, Representative. Perhaps we can get you an educational course in farming. Only one question that I have. Is there language in here that caps an individual project as to the portion of that $250,000? I didn't see it, but it may be there.
I can't remember, quite truthfully, I haven't looked at it since I put this together with the farming folks up there. I can't recall contribute matching funds and are kind of, there's a requirement that they also match some money, 15%, but I don't recall seeing what you're addressing in this. It's something that, I don't think people would be objecting to. I do believe if you talk to Sean Jasper about that, there may have been a provision when that's been done in the past.
Sure. I'll save that question for the commissioners as well. Any other questions for Representative Ladd? We'll start around. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You're asking for $250,000 out of the general fund. We have just instituted historic horse racing and charitable gaming in the state in the last few years. Why are we not tapping into those funds as opposed to adding additional funds from the general?
In response to that, when we put this together, we recognized $250,000 is about what we wanted to start. We didn't want to shoot for the moon. I was really relying upon ways and means to figure out how this money would be appropriated, and I think that's where I still am on that. I didn't get into whether we're going to deal with horse racing or some other way of doing this, which is, Rockingham is just not a source anymore. And, I know I've had a number of bills just recently with 15 early bills, and a lot of them are all asking for more money. And there again, we'll send it on to Norm Major and let him figure it out.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you to the sponsor for bringing the bill forward. I do have a question sort of in line with Representative Comtois, and maybe you can answer. Is the capital improvement grant program where the monies will be deposited non-lapsing so that this could be in years forward used?
Yes, it is, and that's the intent of this bill, that the money, if you receive a grant, that has to be expended within a 2-year time frame. That's I believe in the bill. As far as, yes, the money's non-lapsing. It's just like our fund which we have for infrastructure money for schools.
Thank you.
Representative Hamola.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. If I heard you correctly, you had mentioned that there was a grant program prior, or there were monies prior, and I was just wondering if you know the time frame of when those were and what kind of financials were involved with that, and why that stopped.
When that stopped, I believe, was 1979, but in 1979, I was living in Alaska, so I can't really give you that. The historian amongst us right now is your commissioner standing by. His family comes, believe it or not, we're related. and I'm very proud of that. But the pari-mutuel, I gave you that information, and which I'll leave it with you. That was which was done by research, and it goes through how those monies from Rockingham have been used during the short period of time that existed.
Can I follow on? Yes, sir, thank you for the follow-on. The question, to follow on to that, if those monies were, if the fairs have existed since 1979 without additional funding, besides is it just the infrastructure is dated 1979 and now it needs to get replaced? What's the justification for, 50 years later to now start that program back up?
I think we're getting to the point where the fairs have tried, based upon revenues that come in from gate, that a fair cannot survive just alone on those 4 or 5 days when the fairs open for their big fair. A lot of the grounds are used like in North Haverhill right now. If you were to go up there and look at all the facilities, we have cars which are being put in them while people are in Florida. We have storage in them. We're making money that way. There's various travel groups that come and set up shop there. So that type of revenue has always, the revenue that comes in from, other than during fair gate and what you have to pay out to exhibitors and what you get from that, that is not enough to sustain the North Haverhill Fair alone. We have to have sources coming in from the other months, and we're working very diligently to try and find ways to do that. Now what's happening is that with the costs of maintaining, we have put new roofs on the buildings, new siding on the buildings, and we're trying to keep up. However, the washrooms, for example, the bathrooms, they need some work. And we're at the point now that there just isn't the money there. And it's a way of life that's going to slide from us very quickly. Fairs are really part of this state, and I'd like to see that history continue. And with the funds which would come from a grant, and with the local having to put in 15% or so in kind, maybe it's through labor or through something such as that, I think we'll be able to really address some of those issues. For example, bringing three-phase power into the North Haverhill Fair has been extremely costly. We didn't have to have that in the operation of the fair, 20, 30 years ago. But now we do with all the campers that come in and park. So those are the type of what this time is asking us this year and the recent years have required us to do to stay in business. So I hope I answered it somewhat.
You did.
Okay.
You did. If I could, Chair, could I have one more?
One more.
Follow on? You said there's a cost share of 15% for the community.
Yes.
Is there a reason why that cost is so modest? Because I know, when you're talking certain federal grants, it's usually a 25-75.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why that 15?
Well, in looking at $250,000 and splitting that up amongst all the state fairs, or those that are prioritized by the commissioner's office, when you look at 15% in terms of the North Haverhill Fair Association is a lot of money. This is why I'm coming forward with a request for there be a capital pool available for us to help out with some of that right now. The Haverhill continues to pay the taxes on the property to the fair, not the townspeople. So we're not pushing that burden off. I guess they could try to do that and get a tax exemption from the select board, as some fairs may do. However, it's something that somebody's going to have to pay for all that. And it's the feeling of the people up there that they'd rather do it. And at 15% they can get, that could be, that could be modified. It's not necessarily putting up 15% in cash. It could be in kind. I know that when we got a grant from the federal government to fix the covered bridge going across the Connecticut River up there, we matched that through bringing in time and effort from our town. So that was already budgeted for in our town manager, in some of the equipment we use. So it was in-kind type contribution. The county does that as well. You're welcome.
Representative Murray.
Thank thank you for taking my question. Thank you again for taking another question. So with regard to the in-kind matching, I'm aware that that does exist, as you mentioned, but I was curious to know, I think it is enumerated on line 23 of page 2. For your purposes, who is monitoring the value of those in-kind services? Is that enumerated in rules, or like how would that?
That would be, that's right. We didn't get down into the weeds as far as getting there. However, we did give statutory authority not statute, rulemaking authority to the commissioner. So when the application comes in, how accountability, how to say that that is an in-kind that we're going to accept or not accept, that would be up to agriculture and marketing to make that, and go to Gelcar and sell their product.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for
Yes.
taking my call.
Thank you.
Sorry to be behind you a bit here. I love state fairs. I've been to the Iowa one and saw the Butter Cow. I grew up in Kentucky, huge fair. But I've always been a little confused because there technically isn't a New Hampshire State Fair. By de facto, I guess it's the Hopkinton State Fair.
Oh, it's North Haverhill Fair.
Okay, well, that gets to my point. And I mean no offense, but I had never heard of the Haverhill Fair. To say that all of these regional fairs are de facto state fairs, I'm not sure everyone would agree with that. And wouldn't it make more sense for regional fairs to be run by, say, the county cooperative or the local towns and communities?
I guess on that question right there, I'll default to the commissioner, but the Grafton County, for example, is the only county left that is a state farm or county farm, an active county farm, which has produce, which we use to provide produce for the nursing home. We use it, for people in need within the community, and it also helps subsidize some of the costs at the corrections facility by providing food there as well. So the county up there is very involved with agriculture, and there is the State Fair Association, and I guess that's the closest thing we can get to as a state-type operation, even though that's not, it's a nonprofit. As far as getting into the mechanisms and the governance and all that, I think it's wise to put that forward to the commissioner and find out a little bit about where we've been in the history, why we don't have a state fair. North Haverhill Fair, I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. It's a wonderful fair. It really is. It's got all the rides. It's got all the activity for young kids, even if you like bumping cars apart and all that. But it also has the oxen and the horses and the sheep, and we give awards. There's a commissioner's award, as you know, in other fairs. The commissioner also gives an award out to the best exhibit in terms of agriculture, and that's done in Haverhill as well. It's the big deal at the end of July every year up that way, right up to north and down to Hanover and farther south.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Perez.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask this question, and thank you for taking my question. My question to you, this bill sounds amazing, but we're not taking in consideration festivals and old homes. Yeah, and I just wonder if that's the intention to add them, or you're just talking about fairs.
So I didn't quite get the question. Could you say it again, please? Maybe it's because I'm on the other side of this doohickey here.
Yes, my question is because the bill sounds really interesting and good, but we're not including festivals. For example, in my area, we have the Pumpkin Festival, which is a big deal. And it's other festivals in Keene and festivals in other areas, and then we have the Old Home Days in certain areas in New Hampshire. And I just wonder if these bills intentionally not putting those into consideration as well?
Well, we have the Old Home Days over in Warren. That's just on the other side of Moose Lock from us, and it's part of the region. We do have the pumpkin farm up there. That's Grafton County, and we bring all the kids out of school, and they all go down there from the grade school and pick their pumpkins every year. There's a lot of associated activities that go along with the fair up there. The fair is an integral part of the culture and the way of life up that way.
Any other questions? Excuse me, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So, as I understand it, all these fairs throughout the state are local supported. And so, would this bill enable the state to participate in a more active manner to come under the umbrella of sponsorship and thereby kind of make it more of a state recognized operation, activity, tradition?
I think it's important that the state be involved with these fairs. It is New Hampshire where jobs, it's a lot of money that comes from these. The state involvement is good as long as the state doesn't try to start telling them how to do it. I'm a local control guy. But I think that in terms of supporting some of the organizations like our youth organizations, the 4-Hers and the FFA, that's an education. And what we're trying to do up there right now is that we are trying to develop more educational opportunity through our fairs for the schools. And we're tying in just like you have the Agriculture in the Schools Committee, which is a group that is not made up of legislators or senators or representatives, made up of various associations in the state that are vested in agriculture. And we have that bill in front of us this year. So I think that for the state to be involved, that's important. We look at recreation in our state, which is powerful. Agriculture is, especially some of the smaller farms, the innovative ways they're getting involved with buy local. We've had several bills today, just we've dealt in downstairs, which have dealt with food in our schools, meals in our school, lunches, et cetera. Representative Horrigan is aware of that. And we are looking at trying to figure out ways that the produce and growing of crops locally can be used within our schools, like using that milk that comes out of Hatchland Dairy, and rather than taking it from a large co-op that takes it out to New York State and does it all out there and then ships it back, let's give the guys a little break here in our own state. It's going to be good for our economic future and just for maintaining our rural sense of life.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
And we'll look to Commissioner Jasper to perhaps shed a little more light on some of these topics.
I have some materials here. Should I just give them to the clerk? So
Sure,
they
bring them
can
right up
just
front
enter them in the record so you won't have to, okay.
Commissioner Jasper, you are representing the Department of Ag. All right, Commissioner, you have the floor. Welcome to ENA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's always a pleasure to be here. This is one of the committees that I always wanted to be on, but never got assigned to, so. So I am here in full support of this bill, and I appreciate the fact that Representative Ladd sponsored this, and I appreciate the other sponsors as well. I did work with him on this bill to some degree. I was also approached by the Association of Fairs last year asking how we could help. I try to get to every fair every year. Can't always make every one. So I'm well aware of their needs and their struggles. I generally meet with members of their board of directors when I'm there and the managers of the fairs. You heard about how much activity there is monetarily the fairs bring in. Unfortunately, Not a lot of that money actually goes to the fair associations. They go to the vendors and the people who pay a relatively modest fee to be there, a relatively modest gate attendance. There's that issue of when do you go up too much and people stay away. I want to first, before I forget, talk about the issue, a question that was asked about festivals and old home days. I am not aware of any of them that have capital needs. Those generally just set up on a field or within city-owned land or something for a period of time. They go away. There's no footprint. This is for the capital needs. And so the history, and Representative Ladd covered it pretty well. My distant cousin covered it pretty well, but it was an interesting story because when Rockingham asked to have races, they had to pay pari-mutuel to the state, and then they wanted to expand the number of racing days. And there was a state senator, he was the deciding vote essentially in the Senate. And so he came up with this scheme to allow them to expand that took 0.25% of their premiums essentially and put them to the state fairs for paying premiums to the people who came in and exhibited, showed animals and whatnot. So anything that the fairs paid out in monetary prizes, most of that money came from Rockingham Park. And so that number grew over the years, and eventually Rockingham went into decline, and the money went away. That was really how we lost the Plymouth State Fair, is they didn't see it coming, and they didn't adapt, and then suddenly this money from the state went away, and they didn't have the ability to pay the premiums that they had been. Most of the fairs were able to pivot a bit and change their model. We've lost a couple of fairs since those days. I think the number is at 11 right now. Stratham will probably not be coming back, number of factors with that. And there was another one that tried to start up in Epping that is also closed down. So the issue of capital investment is really very important, particularly if you were to go to a fair like Rochester, which has been on the brink for years. They've got some big old buildings. They've got some benefactors who help, but their agricultural buildings are primarily gone. They very much want to get back into that business and start attracting more people there. They simply don't have the wherewithal. I can tell you that in many cases now, the fire departments are putting a very heavy burden on the fairs in terms of fire safety, where before it was, okay, it's 50 feet to a door, people are going to get out, there's never been an accident, but now, you have to have this particular system that may cost you, $100,000 or $200,000 to put in some of these cases. So there's a lot of issues there. There are aging buildings, and well, what did they do over the last 50 years? Well, I'll tell you, I'm a member of the Hudson Historical Society. I was the first, and I think I'm still the only junior member that the Historical Society has ever had. I still sit on the board of directors, and I'm still one of the youngest members who participating in the Historical Society. And that is pretty much true of all the organizations that I belong to. There are very few organizations that have the younger members who now have the physical agility and the energy to say, well, I'm going to go roof that building myself. And that's what used to happen. 50 years ago, it was pretty easy to get a group of people who were young enough and agile enough to do that maintenance. Now, you're in many cases looking at the same people who have been running those fairs for 30, 40 years. Obviously, Deerfield's one that we're pretty much all familiar with. How long has Junior Gardner been doing those ads? It's still Junior Gardner out there. And I think I was in my teens the first time I heard Junior Gardner doing those ads. And I think that pretty much tells you the story of what's going on with everything in the state. And so they do need the help. And they are very, very important to New Hampshire. You asked the question, Mr. Chairman, about limit. And I don't think there should be, because when you look at $250,000, it's not a lot of money for some of these projects. And if we were to say, well, you can only get, 25,000, we'd probably see more buildings being torn down because they just couldn't get there. There are occasions where Cornish just put in a beautiful livestock pavilion. They worked very hard and got a lot of local businesses to help, and that's great, and that's what we would certainly encourage. But then I look around at the fairs and see those that can't, and see the things that need to be done. And if we have facilities that aren't up to par, people are going to start to go elsewhere. They're going to say, okay, look at how Vermont's fairs are supported, and they do support them. Look at Maine, and people are going to start to drift away, and the situation's going to get much worse in New Hampshire. As to your question of the general fund, I don't know where the money from the historic racing or anything else is going. I think that Representative Ladd hit on that. That's a decision for Ways and Means. To me, it's all one pocket of money, really, because you take it from one place, it's not available, in another. So, but I look to Ways and Means, where I'm sure this would go, or Finance, to decide if the general fund is the appropriate place. I certainly hope we do support this. And it is different than what was done, because before it was the prize money. And I will tell you, the prize money needs to be increased to the people who are showing animals, because it's more and more expensive for them. This will take some of the pressure off, but it will guarantee that we get something in return, because it will improve the facilities directly instead of just giving the money there. It will allow for an adjustment. And I think there are fairs that may apply and wouldn't get any money because they're doing very well, and others that would get more because of the difficulties they've had. Every fair is different. As to why they're called state fairs, you got me on that. That's just a traditional name. We call them state fairs. Hopkinton just put that in its name. It's got nothing to do with its relationship with the state. They've all been considered, I think, state fairs because they occur within the state of New Hampshire. But if we ever had a state-sponsored fair, I'm actually not aware of it. But so I think that's a distinction without a difference. And if you look into the actual definition, although the title is State Fairs, Capital Improvements Act, the definition of a fair has nothing to do with state fair. So I don't think there's anything that requires to be changed, because that's just the title of the chapter that was put in place by Legislative Services. So I'll be glad to try to answer any questions that I can, and if I miss some that were asked and I've forgotten, I just turned 63 on Sunday, so it's just old age.
Well, yes, happy birthday. So just for the benefit of the committee, this is an early bill. I don't know what its second committee assignment is, but my assumption it would be either Finance or Ways and Means. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for being here. As being an exhibitor over the past 20 years, I have seen the decline of a lot of these fairs, and I have also been the culprit of going elsewhere because prize money for the animals that we put a lot of money into has not been what it once was. You mentioned how Rockingham paid in. Was that a part of the original fund that ended up disappearing, or what happened to the original fund that was part of all this?
It was an annual appropriation. As I said, it was a 0.25% of what they paid to the state. So as the revenues decline, and then Rockingham eventually closed, I'm not sure if the legislature changed it after '79 or not, because the racing occurred there for many years afterwards. So I didn't look at the history of that, but it obviously went away at some point, and rather the legislature just said, oh, wait a minute, they're getting too much money, as Representative Ladd said they were getting $275,000. It all went towards premiums at that point, and the legislature might have said, well, that's a lot of money. But it started out, by the time they went to night racing, which is when the monies really went up, yeah, that 150 was a lot of money in the 40s, and I think it was the very early 40s or the late 30s when the whole scheme started. I did write a Market Bulletin column about that a couple of years ago, and I should have brought that with me, but I forgot.
Any other questions? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Property and liability insurance is a big load on many businesses and enterprises and private and even charitable organizations, and it's climbing. So what extent does property and casualty have on the fares that you're talking about?
I don't have any firsthand knowledge of the premiums they're paying, but I thank you, Representative, because that was something I did intend to mention, was that in fact, you know, the liability insurance has definitely climbed. I know, you know, in my business and in anything I'm involved with, it's a big expense, and particularly when you're dealing now with animals, and even though I'm sure all the companies that run the midways are insured, you can't escape that liability if it's on your property. So I'm sure they have to have coverage for that. But all of those things add up, and this is the problem. They're all adding up, and they're adding up on an aging group of people. And that was one of the factors in Stratham. They were all aging out. The town did some things that hurt, and there wasn't the wherewithal to continue. And I really worry that when we look at some of the buildings on some of these fairs, if we don't provide some help, these people are going to become overwhelmed and just throw in the towel. And there are too few people coming up along. I mean, I worry about that in everything that we do in agriculture. And the other thing I meant to mention is that these fairs are really no different than farming. They're dependent on the weather. And when the weather is bad, their revenues go down, and they have expenses that continue throughout the year. And so if they have a bad year because it rained consecutively on the weekends, and the gate attendance was down, where's the money going to come from? It's going to come from building maintenance, facility maintenance, and it just continues a cycle. I'm not surprised there's not a lot of people here today, because I'm having a hard time keeping up with the schedule of the bills that I'm trying to keep track of. I'm sure many of the fair associations weren't aware of them, and frankly, they're all volunteers. So please don't take the fact that there aren't throngs of people here from the fairs that don't take that to mean that they don't care. They do. They met with me. They asked for help, and probably, if anything, and I'll put a little blame on my cousin and take some myself, that we probably didn't do the outreach that we should have, because he's busy running a department. I'm running a committee, and I'm busy running a department, and things are crazy. I just don't think they knew that this hearing was taking place today.
Thank
Representative
you,
Murray.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Thank you to the commissioner. Sorry, thank you for taking my question. I wonder, and this is just, I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on the balance that might result, that would, could, or should be with regard to what portion goes to building maintenance, code compliance, all of these other types of things, alongside of the things that you mentioned, like prize funding, et cetera.
Well, a capital expense is going to be a thing like a fire alarm system, not a premium. Capital could be repaving a section of roadway, building a new building potentially, repairing what they have, but it would all be related to the agricultural portion of the fair. So not to some of the exhibitor buildings that may be showing some of the other things. What my focus would be on is making sure that the components relating to agriculture were improved. But they would have to be something that had I think the bill says a life of at least 20 years.
Follow up, if I may.
Sure, one.
Thank you. So to that end then, so it is, you would take this on a per applicant basis for the request?
Correct.
Thank you.
And that's, and if I may, that's why I think it's important that it be a revolving fund, because there may be years when it's going to be important to let that fund build up, knowing that there are things coming up that may total more than that. And some years, well, there's nothing that's critical, but you can see into the future that there are going to be things. 250,000 in buildings doesn't go very far, but it's going to be a huge help.
Rep. Homola.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir, for taking my question. You had mentioned sort of the aging committees that are running these. If I understand this correctly, as I know that this goes towards the capital improvements, is there a concern that even if this money is allocated, that on the regional and town end, they may not have the manpower to even, say, oversee that fair? Is that a concern?
Well, as I just told you, it was a concern in Stratham. You know, there are people out there who are often willing to help, but don't have the time that folks used to. And so if they know, all right, I don't have to do the fundraising, I don't have to do the actual construction, I'm hopeful that this would encourage people to take a more active role. You know, we've had a society in New Hampshire and probably in most of the country where people were very hands-on. They got involved in something. I mean, I jacked up the shed at the Historical Society and put, you know, footings under it. Yeah, and I don't see myself doing that anymore. And there's nobody coming along to do that. But if I knew there was, you know, the money for that to be done, I wouldn't mind being part of the planning process. And so I'm more hopeful that happens. And hopefully, while we may not have people involved as much in the 20s and 30s, that when they get towards retirement, they'll be more willing to take part in something that has a revenue stream where they don't feel they're going to have to do the physical work.
Thank you.
It's only a hope, but it's all I can do. And I know hope is not a plan.
Any further questions? Yes, excuse me,
Thank
Rep.
you.
Dotsie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. And I will apologize up front for this question, okay? And that is, you know, you're coming to us to ask for $250,000 out of the general fund. And 2 years ago, we were looking at a bill to fund the animal abuse fund, and we were looking for 50 cents a year increase in the dog fees. And my honorable colleagues voted that down because it was a tax, okay? So if we couldn't allocate 50 cents a year to the increase in the dog fees because it's a tax, why should I now, which I would like to support, but why should I now support a bill taking $250,000 out of the general fund?
That's an excellent question, and I'll probably get myself in trouble. But the general fund doesn't have a constituency. Dog owners have a constituency. Snowmobile owners have a constituency. And I remember the bill you're talking about, but there are always going to be people from those constituencies saying, I don't want to, you know, pay more money for that for whatever reason. The snowmobile I bring up because that was a particular fee increase that the snowmobile users actually wanted to pay so that the trails could be improved. The legislature still said no, because unfortunately, we have groups out there that are scoring legislators and saying, no more fees, no more taxes, and you get a ding next to your name if you vote for an increased fee or tax. And so even in those cases where the constituents want the increase, there's somebody out there doing a score. This isn't going to be scored by anybody for $250,000. So this is more likely to be a case where if Ways or Means or Finance says, yeah, we can do this, then people should be good with it. I mean, there's always going to be people, I've said, get myself in trouble again, that there are probably people in the legislature who don't want to spend any money on anything, and so there'll always be opposition. But I think this is one of those hopefully wholesome things where people know that if we lose our fairs, we lose an important part of who we are as a state. We lose an important part of our heritage, and for something that doesn't amount to 25 cents a person a year, and it's less than 20 cents per person. I think that that's one of those things that, and I get it. There's 10,000 things out there. Everybody can say the same thing, too. And so I understand that, and I understand the decision that you have to make. But hopefully, as the Agricultural Committee, you can see that this is an important part of agriculture and who we are as a state.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. My pleasure to have been here.
Always a pleasure to have you. So I have no more pink cards. Is there anyone else that would like to? Are those for this bill? Oh, okay. Anybody here anybody else that would like to speak to this bill? All right, seeing none, I will read the blue sheet. We have one person signed on in support on the blue sheet and 4 people that signed in online. With that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1584.
Pregnancy brain for a second.
Okay, we've got about 6 or 7 minutes before the next hearing, so I'm going to move us into exec session. And we're going to open up the exec session on House Bill 1049. And I'm passing out some amendments. Give it a minute for the amendments to get passed around. So I'm going to actually take a motion on this and get a second, and while these are being passed out, and then I can start explaining what our process is here. So I am going to move House Bill 1049 ought to pass. And do I have a second? I didn't catch who it was. Who seconded? Oh, yes. Okay, so what we've done is, as you all remember, we had several bills that were of similar topic that we heard last Tuesday. And I apologize, I got to switch sheets here. Oh, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. So we, in our various caucuses, discussed a path forward with this, and we decided that we would move a lot of the bills, specifically the content of House Bill 1111, the content of House Bill 1121, and the content of House Bill 1454, and combine that into House Bill 1049. And so the amendment that I've passed around, which we haven't approved yet, but I'm just kind of giving you an idea of how we're approaching this, contains all of the criteria, all of the active parts of those bills, and adds them to the part of House Bill 1049, so that all becomes part of the study committee. Representative Bixby spent a lot of time over the weekend in putting this language together. And so I want to offer to the committee the amendment to House Bill 1049, which is actually, we have to take a vote on OTP and then we can
No,
offer
we
the
don't.
amendment.
We actually shouldn't take a vote on OTP.
Okay,
We
that's
should-
right.
we need to do the motion to amend.
Yeah,
Do you want me
okay.
to do that?
I always get that backwards. Okay, so I'm going to look to Representative, actually, I'm going to make a motion to move the amendment to House Bill 1049, Amendment 2022-0269H. And I'll look for Representative Bixby for a second.
I will second that.
Thank you.
And would you like me to speak to it?
Sure, I think I've given somewhat of an oversight on it already, and I'll turn it over to you to continue on.
Okay, so the amendment essentially replaces the existing duties of the committee. The first two elements are exactly the same as were in the original bill, and then we've added that to that section 3, which is looking at the surety bonding of landfills to ensure that there's a capacity to pay for potential damages. And what particularly needs to be studied there is a clarification of how damages would be determined and who would be eligible to seek compensation for damages. That's something so that's something that needs study, both in terms of is that something that we need, that we should require of landfills as new landfills, and the mechanisms for doing it if we decide that's an important thing to do. The next section is the content of dealing with the content of HB 1154, which is changing the setback for for a landfill from a water body, which is currently defined as 200 feet, which is sort of an arbitrary number. This would look into looking at hydrological characteristics of the site as a way of determining what that setback should be based on how fast a contaminant might travel if there is a breach. And so that would essentially looking at how to do a more science-based assessment of that. We are also going to be not executing that bill right away, but potentially seeing if we can amend it before the deadline, which would then make this part of the study less important. But if we can't come up with a resolution before the deadline, then we'll still have this part of the study available to cover that. The next section is the question of extended producer responsibility, which is a fairly broad concept, and it exists in some forms already. There are so when you buy a new car battery, you return your car battery. That is a form of extended producer responsibility. Similarly with tires, there are some states that already have programs for electronics, like computers and television screens. New Hampshire does not have one of those. We can look at those states and see how they are doing that. And there are a couple of states that have looked at, that are moving towards doing a similar program with packaging, and a number of Canadian provinces are doing that as well. We can study those laws and see if those laws would be something that we could adapt to New Hampshire, and all of the benefit of all of those things would be reducing the pressure on our landfills, which is costing us in what we pay in our municipal taxes for tipping fees, transfer, disposal, et cetera. So this basically fits in with that initial section number 2 in terms of reducing pressure on landfills. One of the things that I think is really important in terms of doing any sort of extended producer responsibility is making sure that it really fits within how we do how our New Hampshire solid waste system works, in terms of our system of local transfer stations, local recycling centers that So in order to make it work in New Hampshire, we need to study how it works, how it will work with the New Hampshire system already. If trying to take a bill from another state and just graft it onto our laws probably won't work. So this is going to take us a fair amount of work and research. The last piece on here is probably the least important piece, because HB 1134, the bill dealing with wipes, we are going to deal with that later today and hopefully pass it with amendment so that it can go to resources as a second committee, and they can figure out what to really do with it. But just in case that has some hiccup along the way, we've put it in here for insurance. So that's, I urge you to vote OTPA with this, and any other comments or questions?
All right, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Representative Murray.
I did have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is for the sponsor of the amendment or both of you, but.
We both are.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Is there a date that this would be due out by?
That remains the same as the date on the initial, on the original bill, which we
Okay.
did not change. So
Okay.
is it October 31st?
I don't have the original bill right in front of me. I'm sorry. I have about 8 of them here. I'll open. But all we're actually changing is the duties portion. The remainder of the bill
Okay.
stayed the same.
Thank you.
I believe it is October 31st, but I need to pull up the right stack of papers here to find it, to answer that.
It's all good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on ought to pass for amendment number 2022-0269H, which is an amendment to House Bill 1049.
Just a point of order.
Yes, sir.
I think first we need to pass the amendment, and then we need to pass the do the OTPA.
That's what I did.
Okay.
Are we ready?
We are ready.
Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Stapleton? Yes. Representative Pomola? Yes. Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn? Yes. Representative Bixby? Yes. Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey? Yes. Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky? Yes. Representative Kaplan? Yes. Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sixteen zero. Amendment passes.
So the amendment passes 16-0. So now we'll move on to ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1049 with using amendment 2022-0269H. So this will be an OTPA on House Bill 1049. Any further discussion from the committee? Yes.
Would that be, who's moving? Is it
And I-
Representative Howard and?
Yes, I have moved and Representative Bixby seconded. Yes. No, but yes.
Just checking.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on OTPA on House Bill 1049 with Amendment 0269H.
Okay, Representative Comtois, yes. Representative Davis? Yes. Representative Stapleton? Yes. Representative Pomola? Yes. Representative Kennedy?
Yes.
Representative Mason?
Yes.
Representative Sanborn? Yes. Representative Bixby?
Yes.
Representative Horrigan?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Dutsey? Yes. Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Von Plinsky? Yes. Representative Kaplan? Yes. Representative Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 16-0.
All right, so the motion passes 16-0, and we've adopted ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1049. I'm now going to close the executive session on House Bill 1049.
Mr. Chair, is this
Yes.
going to go on consent.
Oh, yes. Any objection to going on consent? Thank you. None seen? All right, we'll put it on consent. And with that, I will close the hearing on the exec session on House Bill 1049. Okay, we're going to go back to our regular schedule, and we'll be opening up the hearing on House Bill 1186 relative to companion animals during a declared state of emergency. And I will call on Rep. Gallagher from Concord Ward 6 to come in and introduce the bill. Welcome to ENA. Good.
Hi, so I'm Representative Eric Gallagher from Merrimack County District 15, which is Concord Ward 6. So I have this bill on pet evacuations. So if you pay attention to the news much, you know, there's often lots of natural disasters being reported. And even my committee just yesterday, my own committee, Municipal and County Government, we were hearing about flooding in Ackworth. And when there's something like a flood, people need to be evacuated. And one thing I've heard about is that sometimes when people get evacuated, they get separated from their pets, and they don't, and that is not good for either the people or the pets. So in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, the federal government passed the PETS Act, the Pet Evacuation and Transportation Standards Act, I think is what it stood for. So that was a bipartisan bill setting up standards for how exactly pets would be evacuated in the case of emergencies, but it had some holes in it. That applies pretty much just to FEMA shelters. But the thing is, sometimes people, when being evacuated from an emergency, get sheltered in other places. So this bill is intended to close some of the loopholes in the PETS Act, such as when people get sheltered in a hotel, for instance. So the language here, so it says, during a declared state of emergency containing an evacuation order, any hotel or community shelter which is required to shelter evacuated persons shall also shelter any companion animal belonging to such evacuated persons. So that's the text as it reads. There's also an amendment which the drafting attorney at OLS should have, or I got the email for it. I think you all were CC'd on it too. So after talking with some people about this bill, some concerns that were raised were, so where it says hotel or community shelter, hotel, some of the people I talked to were fine with, but there's a concern that community shelter was a little bit vague as to what exactly that might apply to. So I tried to come up with an amendment to clarify that a bit, but unfortunately that part didn't make it in. The idea is basically that it should only be places and shelter, places used as shelters where, like, it's possible for people and their pets to have their own separate rooms. So like if it's a school, if it's a school auditorium or a sports stadium or something where everyone would just be in a big common area, that probably wouldn't be the best idea. But the thing is, it's hard to come up with a term that, besides community shelters, that draws that sort of distinction. So what the amendment does actually do, so the DHHS, it has this program called the Disaster Animal Response Team, which has kind of been kicked around from department to department, which is kind of why I'm confused as to why this bill is before this committee rather than before the Health and Human Services Committee, but I guess that's a question for the clerk. But anyways, the Disaster Animal Response Team needs some help getting set up, and one of the things they raised was how they enlist the help of volunteers to help people evacuate animals in the case of emergencies. So, but state law is kind of unclear about how exactly to treat these volunteers when they're doing this. So what my amendment does is it adds a definition to define these volunteers as emergency workers, so they're treated the same as other emergency workers. So yeah, the idea is basically to help get this disaster animal response team in DHHS set up and going so it can actually help rescue or help properly keep people and their pets together during emergency evacuation. So that's the bill and the amendment, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. So we have not seen copies of the amendment.
Okay.
So right now, we're kind of working from the original bill itself.
Let me see if I can.
Well, that's all right. Probably the best thing you could do is we'll sort of continue on. I think we all have a general understanding of the amendment language from what you've described, but if you could provide that to the committee as perhaps after the hearing here, when you get a chance, would be good, or email us the copy that you do have would be helpful. Any questions for Rep. Gallagher? Yes, Representative Mola.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I was just curious about how the process works now during an evacuation. Would the companion animal be boarded somehow, left behind at the house? What exactly happens right now?
So, well, if they're brought to a FEMA shelter, then they're kept together. If it's not a FEMA shelter, then I heard that DHHS has some sort of trailer specifically for this purpose that they put the animals into. But anyways, yeah, in the case of Hurricane Katrina with the original pets, you did actually hear about pets getting left behind. But
Okay. Thank you. Could I have a follow-on?
Follow-up? Sure.
The question I had is in here, if I'm reading this understandingly, it says a companion animal. There's no sort of limit on what that definition is. Did your amendment address that in any way? Because, I mean, it could be a companion llama, a companion dog. Is there any kind of cap to that?
I mean, the intent here is pretty much the type of, I mean, my original language just said pets, and then OLS changed it to companion animals. So I'm assuming that's because companion animals must already be a term defined somewhere else in the law that has a specific meaning that would be only applicable to the kinds I'm thinking of, which is the types of animals people normally keep as pets. You know, dogs, cats, snakes, guinea pigs, rodents, whatever else.
Thank you. Rep. Pamola, there is definitions in other areas of statute for companion animals. I'm not sure if there is in 126A specifically. We'll have to look into that. But Representative Oregon.
Yes, I assume the term companion animals also encompasses service dogs as well as pets, but do you know if there's already a provision in RSA 126A or somewhere else that specifically requires humans, service animals, and to be sheltered along with their humans?
Thanks for the question, and sorry, but no, I do not know that the answer to that question.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and welcome to the committee. Thank you for bringing the bill before us. I did have one question in addition to, I'm still looking for an amendment that I couldn't get tracked down. So thank you for sending that along when you get it. But also, is there a limit to physically how many animals may join a person who is seeking shelter during an evacuation?
Yeah, yeah, all right, that's a fair point. I don't see one currently written in this language. I mean, I'd assume that the people doing the evacuations would interpret it reasonably and not try to pack more animals into a room than can fit into it. But if you would like an additional amendment to clarify that, I would be open to that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Rep. Gallagher? Seeing none, we thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming in. Okay, next we have Rep. Ellen Reed from Rockingham 17. Good afternoon and welcome to ENA.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members, for welcoming me into your committee. I believe this is the first time I've ever testified in front of ENA before, so thank you very much. I actually wasn't planning, for the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 17, Newmarket, and Newfields. Very proudly represent Rockingham 17. I wasn't planning on testifying, but as I was hearing the hearing, I had a few thoughts because I have an unrelated but kind of similar topic bill in another committee, and I happen to have have been working on similar language about these types of issues. That bill has to do with pets in rental housing. So I am a co-sponsor of this bill. I will say that statistically speaking, everyone here, 2/3 of you own companion animals, pets. And when I was introducing this other bill, I had a member, I want to say of the opposite party, but there is no opposite party for me anymore. So for my former opposite party, come to me after and say, can you imagine having to choose between giving up your animal who will most certainly die or having to choose being homeless? And that was very poignant. In fact, that particular member was recounting to me a story of one of her friends having to lose her housing because of a dog that she had. Now, can you imagine that awful choice and now combine it with an emergency, a weather event or whatever, and you being displaced from your home, and on top of all of the trauma and all of the loss, having to lose your beloved companion animal on top of it, or being forced to not be in secure housing because you've decided to choose to make sure that your animal stays alive because you have that profound sense of obligation to that animal. So In terms of the questions that were brought up about definitions of which animals, in the language I've worked on separately, I use the definition cats, dogs, and animals in enclosures. So that would be caged or aquarium type animals. So I felt that that was very reasonable in terms of limiting it to something that wasn't llamas and farm animals and what have you. I do think this is a reasonable idea. I'm happy to work with the committee members who are interested, as well as Rep. Gallagher, on further amendments to help clarify those definitions. Also, the limit, in the language I've worked on a separate bill, I use the limit by saying whatever municipal ordinances exist. So if a municipal ordinance exists that says no more than 6 cats, then that would be applied to whatever the individual separate family housing structure that exists that is the shelter. So I just wanted to put those little notes out there. Again, I'm happy to work on amendment if that's what the members of this committee would be interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Reed?
I did really
I think
well.
you get easy, and I think your assistance would be definitely a value.
Thank you.
Okay, our final pink card that I have is Stacy Ober from AKC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Stacy Ober. I am the legislative analyst and community outreach contact in New England for the American Kennel Club. The AKC is a 135-year-old not-for-profit organization that's recognized as an expert in canine health, breeding, training, and responsible dog ownership. And when we saw this bill, we were grateful that Rep. Gallagher has raised it and support the intent of the bill. You've already heard the consequence of Katrina resulting in federal law to establish the PETS Act, which creates some standards around evacuation and transportation of pets. My understanding is that back in '06, New Hampshire did enact statutory language that requires shelters, the FEMA shelters, to house the service animals that might go with an individual, a disabled person who would have a service animal to be sure they weren't separated. And AKC has, in the past few years, with our clubs, raised funds to establish animal disaster relief trailers. And we have deployed 92 of these trailers across the country because we know people will refuse to evacuate if they can't bring their companion animal with them. We have 12 more trailers that are in the pipeline to be distributed. And so not knowing whether or not that was a gap here for New Hampshire, had discussed with New Hampshire Dogs whether or not the clubs in New Hampshire might be interested in looking to fund a trailer. I did reach out and speak to the individual over at DHHS about the DART program here in New Hampshire, and she acknowledged that there are 4 trailers here in New Hampshire that probably could accommodate about 200 companion animals if there were a disaster. And I think that's important. It's important to acknowledge because we know, for instance, in the recent past, there was the flooding in New York City as a consequence of the hurricane that hit the southern part of the country. We know that Kentucky just suffered those tornadoes, for instance. So it is a crucial part of the emergency plan. I did read online that New Hampshire does have its emergency plan, and it's carved up by state agency and chapter. So for instance, the Department of Agriculture has responsibility for creating a plan for agricultural animals and livestock. And my understanding is that the responsibility for companion animals that would be housed in domicile or people's residences and homes was transferred over to DHHS right before COVID hit. So there really hasn't been a lot of work that's been done in implementing, and the volunteer network has fallen apart, so to speak, because of the issue you heard Rep. Gallagher address in his amendment around volunteers who are trained in the transport of dogs, cats, and I'm told turtles are very popular in New Hampshire as a companion animal, that there's a disincentive to become a trained volunteer because under the emergency powers, anyone who is a public employee, whether that be for the state or a local subdivision, there are certain protections in the event you're deployed and you might be injured while providing those responsibilities. And that same protection doesn't exist for the disaster animal response team volunteers. So I'm grateful to Rep. Gallagher for working on some language with the legislative office to attempt to address that, because of those are some fundamental pieces I think that ought to be put in place so that the program can reconvene and formalize itself and eliminate some of these gaps. On the question of how many animals, I agree with Rep. Reed that commonly there may be by local ordinance a limit, for instance, on how many dogs you can own before having to get a kennel license. And I will share with you that AKC, when we do our kennel inspections, we have our club members fill out paperwork and do record keeping, and included as part of that is to have an emergency evacuation plan for those dogs that would be in your kennel. So that's a critical component that's covered by AKC and the clubs as well. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Murray.
Yes, I did have one question for you, but I also just wanted to call to the record that the amendment did make its way to us, so it is there. Also, thank you for taking my question. I am curious, so you did mention that obviously the DART vehicle trailers are already there. Would they be transporting those animals? I'm trying to educate myself. Would they be transported to another location, or would those, when the animals are then put on those safety trailers, where would they go after that?
So my understanding is the New Hampshire 4 trailers are between 16 and 24 feet long, and they would come supplied with everything you would need to be able to quickly identify animals, who the owner is. It would come with crates so that you could individually shelter those animals and move them to safety, wherever that might be, whether it was a flood, a fire, a tornado. I guess arguably if the only public shelter was, let's say, an auditorium, then arguably the trailers could be in the parking lot, and that would perhaps suffice as in the context of keeping owners with their companion animals in close proximity.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering if there is legislation or if there are laws in other states that we could use as, that might help us as a model for this. Because I have this feeling that the bill I haven't seen the amendment, but I have the feeling that the bill as presented doesn't have a lot of the working mechanisms necessary to actually make this operational.
I think one of the biggest issues is probably funding. My understanding is that DHHS had anticipated getting a federal grant so they could hire a program manager. So these responsibilities were brought over to DHHS and assigned to someone who has a responsibility for other programs. The grant didn't go forward as an application because it was specific under the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for terrorism, and that's a kind of a narrow focus. And animal relocation in a disaster would include so many other traumatic events outside of terrorism. So apparently that was not a viable funding opportunity as they had hoped for. But I do think that it would be very helpful if there was funding for a program manager to pull all of those stray pieces together.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. Ober? I have read through the amendment real quickly, and it appears to address the liability protection that you were looking for, but it does not address some of the other concerns that were raised here, so we may have some further work to do on that, but we'll certainly get copies for everyone to see. All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming in. All right, final pink card I have is from Angela Ferrari for dog owners of the Granite State. Welcome to the ENA.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. It's nice to see you all in person. I am representing, my name's Angela Ferrari, I'm representing dog owners of the Granite State. We are an AKC affiliated group that monitors legislation on behalf of pet owners and include a wide variety from cat, dog owners, mushers, breeders, you name it. And we wanted to just let you know that we support this bill. Some concerns were raised today that we think are valid and would be happy to try and provide any input as the bill goes through further work, but just wanted to provide our support for the bill and its intentions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ferrari? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Okay, that's the last of the pink cards I have. Anybody else wishing to speak on this bill? Not for this bill, okay. All right, seeing none, then I will read the blue sheet. We have 4 signed in all in support. And online, we have 28 in support and 2 opposed. And with that, I will close the hearing on HBU 1186.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, so I'm a co-sponsor of the bill, so I will not, well, I guess I did put in a pink card, but I won't be questioning any of the other testifiers, and I'll probably, since there's room out there, I'll probably sit out there for the hearing.
Well, Representative, we don't ask the co-sponsors not to participate as long as they didn't speak. So
Okay.
if you're not going to testify, you're welcome to sit here with the committee, and you are allowed to ask questions.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Okay, it is after 3 o'clock, so we're going to open up the hearing on House Bill 1226 FN prohibiting the declawing of cats. And we have our prime sponsor, Rep. Cam Kenny, who is here to speak to the committee and introduce the bill. Good afternoon and welcome to the ENA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, honorable colleagues. So since I have joined the legislature, I have been educated in many areas of law, but nothing surprised me quite like decline. I've always known decline was painful, barbaric, and should never be allowed. But after learning the specifics and what the procedure actually consists of, I'm truly surprised that it is still allowed. The literature consistently shows that declawing has permanent and detrimental effects on cats. Quick disclaimer, there are many sources used throughout my testimony, and after I get home tonight, I will send the committee written testimony with those sources for your reference. So there is no literature that I could find that states declawing is harmless. An article in the Journal of Feline Medicine and Surgery from 2018 shows declawed cats, 1, bite more, 2, use the litter box less, 3, have back pain, and 4 are overgroomed, which is a sign of pain and frustration. If there is any literature that offers information to disprove it, I would love to see it. I'll now briefly highlight 5 important facts related to some objections I anticipate you may hear. So first, declawing is common and a law is needed to stop it. An estimated 20% to 25% of owned cats are declawed. I keep hearing that declawing is rare, but this stat consistently disproves that. Again, I have searched for alternative information but cannot find it. In 2014, a survey of 3,000 veterinarians, only 24% responded that they do not declaw. Also in 2014, a report out of North Carolina, 21% of cats seen in vet hospitals were declawed. So I find it hard that we can truly consider that uncommon. Now, outside of the USA, you may be wondering what other countries are doing. Canada is the only other nation that regularly declaws. 8 out of 10 of their provinces have banned it, with the 2 remaining pending legislation. In the UK, the College of Veterinarian Services coins it unnecessary mutilation. Veterinary Ireland has pointed out that the cat gets no benefits from this, and, quote, while commonly performed in USA, it is not performed in Ireland, and any veterinary practitioner performing this act would clearly be open to disciplinary action. This mindset is not uncommon in the rest of the world's countries. Again, only the US and Canada practice this currently. 2, declawing cats do not keep cats out of shelters. On the contrary, declaw bans keep cats out of shelters. A survey of shelters and rescuers show that these entities have strict no declaw policies in their contracts. Why would an organization that is desperate to find animals a home disqualify potential adopters only on the basis that they are going to declaw their cat? I have 2 cats, and that question was asked when I adopted them. They know that declawed cats bite more and use the litter box less. If someone is intolerant of cat scratching, which is a very normal feline behavior, enough that they seek a maiming surgery to stop it, that person is really going to probably be intolerant of a cat peeing on the couch or biting to defend itself, or the other consistent behavioral issues that we have seen. A study published in 2021 examined data from 3 years prior and 3 years after a ban in British Columbia and found no difference in the number of cats surrendered, including those surrendered specifically for destructive scratching. There was also no difference in the length of time cats spent at the shelter or a number of cats that were euthanized. However, the number of owner-requested euthanasia decreased after the ban. Excuse me. Considering the time of the committee, I will just state that there are many examples from other studies, like one in LA, that I will provide through email. So to conclude this point, in a survey of owners of cats that had been brought in to be declawed by their veterinarians, only 4% of owners said that they would relinquish their pets if it could not be declawed. In contrast, the veterinarians in the survey speculated that 50% of those owners would have relinquished their pets. And again, it was only 4%. So third point, laser declawing is not painless or better for cats. Where lasers are used, they essentially burn the cat's toe tissues. The American Animal Hospital Association published a study that only 12.2% of veterinarian hospitals use this technique. Research shows that lasers offer no benefit over a more conventional method of declawing, finding differences in discomfort and complications between groups treated were not clinically relevant. Another study found complications such as bleeding, limping, swelling, infections were generally worse in the laser declawing group compared against blade. Laser declawing can result in 4th-degree burns. It can leave the cat suffering from bony fragments left under the skin, just like any other method of declawing. So it is absolutely not a preferred method. 4, exemptions for the cat's medical and physical health are already included in this bill. The language is that a physical or medical condition that compromises the health or well-being of the animal, but not including cosmetic reasons or reasons of convenience in the keeping or handling of the animal. So medical necessity, like a tumor or a deformity of the toe, is included. Declawing to avert cat scratching is not allowed in this bill. Like I said, declawed cats develop far worse behavior than the scratching ever was, and therefore will likely lose their homes for those behaviors. Not using the litter box and biting are the number one and two behavioral reasons that cats lose their home. Declawing can, and in many cases does, cause both of these bad behaviors. Medical exemptions for the well-being of the cat owner are not warranted because there is no valid human health reason to declaw a cat, which will bring me to point 5. People with compromised immune systems do not need to declaw their cat. In fact, declawing cats to prevent human illnesses is not recommended by the CDC, the U.S. Public Health Service, the National Institute of Health, or infectious disease experts. Just to make the point one more time, all around the world, people are living with indoor cats and not declawing them despite human health issues. This is because there is no reason to declaw a cat for the already said reasons. Personally, I believe CDC and those other organizations are the ones that we should listen to regarding human health. So I'll conclude here, Mr. Chairman. So for the reasons just stated, banning declawing is good for everyone. It's a horrible surgery that was invented in the 1950s to stop a very normal behavior. At this point, we know better, and we should do better. I humbly ask for your support. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think the cats have the right for the highest standard of medical care. I think cats have the right to bear arms. I ask for your support. And I am happy to take any questions. And there will be veterinarians in support of the bill testifying after, who you can also direct questions to.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Kenny, for your introducing this bill. I do have a question. In your bill, you say that, first of all, that this is a Class D misdemeanor to declaw a cat. But it also says that it gives an exception, that, whatever medical condition the cat, such as recurring illness, disease, injury, abnormal condition of the claw. So for instance, if there's a tumor on one paw of the cat, I'm assuming this bill would allow the veterinarian to remove the claw. Would that be of the entire paw, or just one, or all of them? I mean, it doesn't state specifically how that medical procedure would have to be done.
Sure.
And at risk of being a misdemeanor, I think it would be important to determine that.
Yeah, sure. And there will be vets who speak after me, but to my understanding, if there's a tumor on just one claw, then the whole paw does not have to be declawed. Is that your question?
Right. So, follow up? So if the veterinarian then declaws the toes that do not have the illness or disease on it, would they be facing a misdemeanor charge?
How I could answer that is if there is a medical reason to take off the other claws on the paw, then yes. But basically, if there is a reason medically and a veterinarian feels so, then that would be allowed.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you to the prime sponsor for taking my question as well. Can you speak to the fiscal note a little bit in the event of a misdemeanor? We're talking here about incarcerating an individual?
So there's a lot of ambiguity in the fiscal note. One sentence says a new case study is being conducted and updated estimates will be available in the future. But so a lot of it is indeterminable right now. In the bill, it's a misdemeanor. So however the law deals with that misdemeanor is how the bill would deal with it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you for taking my question and recognizing me. The question that I had was similar to, it says any person who violates this section will be guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. So would that be the owner and the vet?
So to my understanding, I believe it would be the veterinarian, because the veterinarian would have to be practicing the declawing.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you for taking my question. So, why do you not see that the relationship between the vet and the cat owner itself is, shouldn't this decision be between them and not us? And should it not be reprimanded because it's between an animal and their professional veterinarian that's doing declawing?
Sure, yeah. Well, veterinarians from around the world come out because this is a barbaric practice. To be honest, there's very limited reasons why declawing is necessary. It's been quite commonly since the 50s used more for convenience. Again, if there is a legitimate medical reason, then this bill does still allow that.
Representative Murray.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you also. Let's go back to that point about medical reasons. For the health of the owner as well, is there any situation where that would be a reason for which that would be necessary?
No. According to human health experts, that there's been no evidence of that. The only place where you have seen that is through the recommendations of certain veterinarians.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I guess I would ask one. So we have to, the charge of our committee is always looking at policy relating to animals and their care, certainly. And when we start down a path of going into deciding veterinary decisions versus and owner decisions, information that should be on that, we kind of get into an area that gets a little touchy at times. And I think you've had a couple of questions, and in fact, the last one was one I was going to ask about the health of the owner as well. But has there been any consideration given to why this would be good public policy? I understand that you're looking at the health of the cat, but about as far as general policy, if we start down this path of deciding in veterinary ownership decisions, would you see that extending into other animals as well beyond cats?
No, personally I wouldn't, only because, what kind of surprised me was most of the world has never done this because, again, they just view it as barbaric. So, I don't think it's a slippery slope. I think primarily right now, cats are the animal being declawed, and there's really no justifiable reason for it. Although if it was happening to other animals, I don't think it should there too, because again, other than the few medical reasons which the bill does allow, there's just no reason other than convenience that I've seen, including about human health for declawing.
Thank you. Any further questions? Rep. Murray, we have one more.
I do apologize. I'm just looking through the bill, and I wanted to make doubly and triply sure that what we're talking about would be citations against the entity performing the declawing, or would this potentially then, by default, because the individual who owns the cat is signing off on the medical procedure, asking for that? Like, where does the legal liability lie with the person potentially being charged with the misdemeanor?
Sure. So line 4, it says that no person shall remove the claw. So it's essentially saying that the vet, because if an owner wants it, a vet would have to perform the surgery.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next up we have Rep. Timothy Horrigan from Stratford. I'm not sure. Is that Stratford 6?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As most of you probably know, because I've been sitting here all day, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury, and that's the same district that Representative Kennedy represents. And I have indeed met and petted his cats. They're like truly outstanding felines, not just like all other felines. I just want to reiterate, this is a barbaric practice. The phalangotomy basically means they're cutting the last phalanx. We also have 3 phalanxes on all our fingers and 2 on our toes and big toes. So like you're basically amputating the cat's fingers, and then if you do it in the back, you're amputating his toes too. So that's just as bad or maybe even worse for a cat than if it happened to one of us, because they're just as sensitive, probably more so than we humans are. So that alone is a reason to ban it. Sometimes declawing is justified because they'll scratch their humans or others who annoy them, but usually scratching is one of their first lines of defenses, and then after that, biting is one of the next ones. So they're skipping one of their first ways of telling you to back off, and then they have to go straight to biting, and that probably also partially explains the worst use of the litter box, aside from the fact that, like, a cat, just like a human who didn't have all his fingers would be less happy, all things being equal, than someone who has all his fingers. A cat would be less happy, and it does appear that usually there's a lot of residual pain, and even if and then that's also a means of marking their territory in terms of scratching your furniture. I guess that depends on what your priorities are, but there are tips you can affix to their claws, which make their claws softer. And so I just think this is a barbaric practice that should be outlawed. And to Reverend Aaron's question, if for some reason this wouldn't forbid a vet from amputating the cat's leg, or front or back leg, or even just a foot, if that was medically needed because the cat had cancer or an injury or something. So that's, and I myself, one of my late cats, I did have to have one of the claws taken off because he dislocated it while climbing a tree when he's about 18 years old and too old to be climbing trees like that. But I think this bill is very well drafted, and it's been for this committee before, and hopefully this time we'll pass it and send it on its way across the wall to the other body, and hopefully for signature by the governor, who I learned this summer is very fond of cats himself. So I think he'd be happy to be able to sign this bill. So thanks.
Any questions? Rep. Pamola.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my question. I just have to be honest, I'm sitting here thinking how different this conversation would be if we were talking about a fetus and not cat claws. But I'll just say that, do you know how many declawing procedures happen in the state every year? Just so we have some perspective. I don't own a cat, so.
Well, the estimate I've seen is about 25% of cats in the United States have been declawed, and virtually zero elsewhere. So.
Can I
Follow up?
on? Do you have any statistics, or if maybe somebody might provide that after you, but do you have any statistics on how many times this procedure is performed in New Hampshire?
You might have to ask somebody else. You probably would ask somebody else about it. I know many vets are reluctant to do the procedure, and or if you do ask them to do it, they would try to counsel you to make sure you really understood the implications of it. But I don't have the number. Maybe somebody has an estimate. I don't know. So
Thank
thanks.
you, sir.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Horgan. So my question is, I know the previous speaker and sponsor of the bill mentioned that there was no health issues of owners that would require a cat to be declawed.
Yeah.
What if a person had developed some sort of illness that required them to be on blood thinners, and their cat then became problem with that because of their claws, and despite any kind of behavior modification trials or other ways to prevent the cat from scratching them, they would have then the decision of whether to keep the cat or not. In this situation, would you say that the owner would be justified for their own health reasons to be able to have the cat declawed?
This is a little out of my area of expertise, although I did have a family member who was taking warfarin and had a cat living in the household with her, and they did not die of that. So even in the absence of cats, there's lots of other things that can scratch you and cause minor minor bleeding, so you probably have to have a strategy for dealing with that possibility anyway, so that might, I think, probably declawing the cat would not be your first alternative, and frankly, that may be, and then perhaps you may want to, probably the best thing to do if you don't have a way of, dealing with that, dealing with minor bleeding is to, you might have to rehome the cat, which is a terrible thing to say, but it's not as bad as cutting off its fingers, I think, so, thanks.
Thank you.
Probably not the answer you wanted to hear, and
Representative Dutson.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. The original owners of my house had 2 dogs, and I still have doors that have been gouged from those dogs.
Yeah.
So my question is, how many times do we do declawing of dogs? And if not, why not, since they can also tear apart furniture and woodwork?
well, this bill is about cats. With the dogs, we did have a bill which has come to this committee a number of times. I sponsored it at least once, if I remember offhand, and just to ban taking off the dew claws from the cat. And we got a lot of pushback from various people who felt that they, especially dogs are trained to trace animals in tight spaces. They were concerned that the dog might get caught on its dew claw in the tunnel or whatever it's going through. So it has been, there have been bills about that, and they haven't passed yet. And as far as I know, actually, I have the whole list of bills on my desk. There's not one of those this year, but we did have a bill about had a bill in the past about not banning the amputation of dew claws, and that, which is just the claw which cats have sort of on their wrist, and that actually, frankly, has failed. There's just a lot of resistance from, especially from the Kennel Club and dog breeders and people like that. So and I guess it didn't come up this year just because, we're not operating at full capacity in the house. We want to pick our battles, so.
Follow up?
Yeah, just to be clear, do you know of cases where we declaw dogs for cosmetic reasons or because they destroy furniture?
I don't know, but it probably has happened, yes.
Any further questions? I'm going to ask one, actually. I want to clarify and make sure that I heard what you said earlier. You made a statement about there wasn't a lot of veterinaries that were doing it, and they would have a long conversation with their clients.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you feel like the veterinaries are doing a good job in educating their clients on the benefits or issues with the cats when they do perform this procedure?
This particular procedure I've never wanted to be done to my cat. The one time I had one toe cut off was because the cat was injured, and I was reluctant to do it, and I heard that was many years ago. And that particular vet, that was back when I was living in the Upper Valley. So that particular vet was actually based in Vermont, but I do know he. If you come in and ask to declaw the cat, I've heard him try to talk other clients out of it. And I mean, most veterans are very caring people. They're probably in general better at their job than human doctors are. So I think my companion animals here, I think, have gotten better medical care than I've gotten from my doctors. Not that I haven't had some very good doctors, but.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony. All right, next up, we have Representative Ellen Reed from Rockingham 17. Welcome again to the ENA.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Again, I am Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 17, Newmarket and Newfields. Again, I'm very grateful that you're welcoming me to your committee. And again, I actually wasn't planning on speaking, but I did hear a couple things I wanted to mention. The idea of a slippery slope or starting something new, we already have cruelty statute for domesticated animals and animals in captivity, long-standing cruelty statute, which I'm sure you're familiar with. So the concept is not a new concept. We do prohibit certain types of actions acted upon animals in captivity. And certainly, I think if you think about it, and just imagine if every single one of your fingers and toes were amputated or burned off at the first knuckle, the kind of pain and impairment that that would cause, that certainly would qualify, if it was done for no reason, for your health, as cruelty in your mind. And because of that, I think personally it should fall under our cruelty statute. Unfortunately, it's not been considered to do so prior to this. But it's not a new concept to say that we have to prohibit certain behaviors towards animals. The difference here is the doctor element. Human doctors are held to the standard that they have to always act in the best interest of their patient, whereas veterinarians are not held to that standard. Certainly, I think probably the majority of veterinarians believe in that standard, but they're not legally required. They can do something that is not in the animal's best interest. In fact, I was speaking with my vet once, and he said he had to put an animal down. He actually refused to do it, but the owner requested that he put the animal down because the animal was allergic to her perfume. That's not something a human doctor would ever consider, obviously. Just really quick on the idea of if a person developed hemophilia or had to take blood thinners. So the first thing is that if you have that condition, if the animal doesn't have claws, the next thing they're going to do is bite, and how much worse the bleeding would be from a bite rather than a scratch. But the alternatives exist. The caps that you can have, and they wear off after a few weeks. The caps can be placed on the claws of the cat. But also and I think this is the number one thing, because we talk about this as a convenience thing, providing, for any animal that you decide to own, being responsible in providing the appropriate materials so the animal can engage in their natural behaviors, providing scratching posts, providing attractants to the scratching posts and the toys that you provide, and then deterrents on your furniture. These things exist. So anyway, again, I just had a few comments and thoughts as we were going through the hearing and wanted to share them. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Seeing none, we thank you. Next up, we have Representative Chris Schultz, representing Concord Ward 9. Welcome to the ENA, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be here with you all today. I would have been here even if I wasn't subbing, because I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. And while I'm not an animal expert overall, certainly not agriculture expert overall, my marriage depended on a conversation about cat decline. And in brief, I will tell you that story and some of the things that impacted my decision, and hopefully this is helpful. Hopefully it mirrors the conversations that a lot of people have around this issue that can be helpful. Growing up, I had to, during the summer, I agreed to really, take care of the neighbor's cat when they went to their camp out of town. And that Siamese cat hated me. And I developed a fear of cats because of that. I liked the extra money, so I found my way to run in, feed the cat, scoop the litter, get out. And that perpetuated a fear of cats into my adulthood. I did not know any friendly cats other than my experience with this cat. Then I met my now husband, definitely a cat person. I brought a pug along with me, and marrying me meant you got the pug too. And over time, we discussed often, cat people, dog people, thinking these issues out. And not only was my fear a concern, but so was I'd heard cats can destroy your furniture. I was worried, would the cat get along with my pug? He's used to being the only pet in the house. Long story short, I first talked to my dog's vet, who also cared for cats. And she went into great detail about how harmful cat decline was and encouraged me to look at the literature on actually buying some books she recommended that you can actually, not as much as a dog maybe, but you can do certain things with a cat that is essentially training a cat. And I was skeptical at first. Long story short, hopefully, I learned a lot from that and decided for my husband's sake that getting a cat was the right thing to do. And we definitely had some challenges at the beginning. My husband at one point even thought about returning the cat to the SPCA here in Concord where we adopted him. And I'm so glad we didn't. He's a wonderful addition to our family. And there were ways to keep him from scratching the furniture. There were ways to keep him from using his claws on us when we played. And we slowly introduced him to our dog. And knowing the cruelty that happens to cats because of declawing, if it's something that isn't medically necessary, it's not even just about missing your fingers and toes. It's about how cats move in general. Cats, obviously don't move the same way as humans, but having that contact on the objects that they're on is a really crucial thing too. It's not just the, missing fingers and toes. It's an integral part of their senses. It's, I don't know, maybe you could say it's an additional sense. I'm not that kind of an expert to say that, but I certainly am glad that we made the decision we did. And, I get that this committee has a culture and develops, just like other committees that I've served on, to look at the bills that come before you. And I know that you've had bills about ear docking of dogs, tail docking. I had a pug who his dew claws were gone before I adopted him. I didn't know that would be a decision that was made, and I didn't know anything about that at that time anyway. But I don't know that the decisions around other animals necessarily impacts this one. I can't tell you how to think or feel about that. I get that you have developed your own way of looking at these issues. But I would encourage you to consider the fact that overwhelmingly the vets in America won't do this, but there are vets who do. And like Representative Cam Kenny said, and all the facts that he presented, I think they're compelling. Apparently we're one of the few countries that even has this as a practice. And I would suggest that declawing cats is a fear-based vanity decision that unknowingly people do because maybe it was a norm to their introduction of cats. But because not everyone has learned what I've learned, not everybody researches that much, I do think that understanding the cruelty to animals as it is, that declawing cats is worthy of inclusion in that how we as a state look at cats and decisions about cruelty to cats. I think it's an integral thing. And I will add, and I don't think he's here, our friend Representative Abbas is a supporter of this. Hopefully he will be emailing you. You know he's a cat person too. And we talk about our cats often. So I don't know if that's persuasive to any Republicans, but it is a bipartisan issue. So I hope that's helpful, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Representative Schultz? Seeing none, we thank you for, oh, I'm sorry. I missed you, looked right over you. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dutsey.
Representative Schultz, do you think if we pass this bill, that this would give the veterinarians another tool in which to basically use with clients or customers, who want to have declawing for a cosmetic reason? Because my assumption would be that they're put in a difficult position between what they feel is the best for the animal and being pressured by a customer. I mean, what's your
Absolutely.
opinion?
Well, absolutely. And our new vet, actually, we've talked about it because my state rep and this bill came up. Veterinary schools often now aren't even teaching this as a practice, except as any other emergency procedure they might have to perform on any animal's bones or limbs or skin. As far as I know, well, I don't know the statistics of how many veterinary schools aren't teaching it as a practice, but it certainly is becoming a norm. But the pressures from unknowing families that want a cat, I think it would be very helpful to that decision for the state to have this as a part of our animal cruelty laws.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. If we outlaw declawing, do you think that these owners who want to declaw their cats would find other means that are actually more unsafe and unhealthy?
I hope not. Obviously, that's a hypothetical, so I can't speak to that. I certainly think, I do know a family in my district that had made that decision, and we've talked about it. I would hope that anyone who has a pet has a vet that they can speak to. I would hope that would be considered any other thing than the law where someone takes something into their own hands. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a hypothetical that I hope wouldn't happen, but geez, people make some weird decisions sometimes. I would hope not, and I would consider it cruelty if they did.
Any further questions? Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next, we're going to have Richard Head from the Judicial Branch. Good afternoon. Welcome to ENA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Richard Head. I'm the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Judicial Branch. As you might expect, we do not have a policy position on this bill. I did submit written testimony through the very helpful electronic system. My request is an amendment on this bill. The bill includes a criminal penalty, and there is a statute that deals with the effective date of bills that impact the Judicial Branch, create new criminal or civil penalties, and this would fall within RSA 14:9. And as I put in the written testimony, each law affecting judicial practice and procedure or establishing or eliminating criminal prohibitions, civil causes of action or remedies, or eliminates or limitations of actions shall take effect January 1 of the following year. And the reason for that is fairly straightforward. Every year, legislation amends a wide range of statutes and include criminal provisions, civil provisions, change policies and procedures within the judicial branch. When it comes to a criminal penalty, as this statute would create, there's something called J1, which is essentially the uniform charge table used by law enforcement officers to ensure that we have a very uniform system of charging individuals. That takes a little while to get updated. Department of Safety, Department of Justice work on that. Within the judicial branch, we have a system called Odyssey. So every line of code in the J1 and in our Odyssey database have to match up with the statutory provisions where there's a criminal penalty. There are lots of them. And every time there's even the slightest tweak in one of those, all of those things have to get adjusted and realigned to whatever the new criminal penalty is. You know, if it's a drug, it may be the amount of the drug. It takes a long time to get all those things lined up, to train law enforcement, to train the judges. So there's a statute that says if you are doing any of those things, it should be a January 1 effective date. So my simple request is that the effective date of the bill be changed to January 1, 2023. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question and for giving testimony this afternoon. My question is, if this bill were to be passed, how would somebody be reported? Or, I mean, if this is between a veterinarian who maybe doesn't know the law or maybe doesn't care about the law and does it anyway, who might be somebody who would report such an action?
Family members who don't get along.
Aha.
There could be a wide range of people. Probably I can come up with 100 hypotheticals, but I'll start with spouses that are fighting.
Okay, follow-up?
Follow-up.
So, and would there be some sort of time limit where somebody would be able to report a veterinarian for doing that? I mean, say somebody had their cat declawed prior to this law going into effect, would they be able to report that somebody's cat was declawed in a previous time?
So generally, if at the time the act occurred, it was not a crime, it wouldn't become a crime by passage of the statute. There are statutes of limitations for crimes. I actually don't know what the Class B of misdemeanor statute is. I'm guessing 3 years, but I don't know off the top of my head. So there are statutes of limitations. You can't go further back in time based on the statute of limitations. And if the act was not a crime at the time, it wouldn't become a crime by virtue of the passage of the law.
Thank you.
So actually, it generates a question from a previous question that I heard Rep. Aaron ask another person who was testifying. By your read of this, who would be the violator? Because this is very vague in the sense of any person, and knowing the definition of person in statute, it's pretty wide open. Could be a business, it could be the individual themselves. There's multiple definitions of what person is in statute. How would the judicial branch interpret this? Would you have any guidance for us in a way for us to understand?
So the best thing about my job is I'm not a judge. I
Right.
don't interpret them. I will talk generally
Sure.
instead of the statute. So as you said, person is typically a very broad definition, include individuals or corporations. Sometimes you see criminal penalties based on whether or not the person is an individual or a corporation. This one does not. It does not have any more specificity than a person. So I would say potentially, it could be the business or it could be the individual veterinarian, but the tie is that the statute at least has a connection between person and the removal of clause. So there has to be a direct connection between those two, I would assume. And so as to whether it be the individual veterinarian or the corporation would be a charging decision. As the judicial branch, we don't get involved in the charging decisions. We only receive the charge and then go from there.
Understood. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you coming in your testimony today.
Thank you for letting me testify.
Okay, next we'll have Joyce Aravella from New Boston. Good afternoon. Welcome to the E&A Committee.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So, my name is Joyce Aravella, and I live in New Boston. I am a Maine Coon hobby breeder. My cattery is registered with, and I'm a member of both Cat Fanciers Association and Cat Fanciers Federation. I'm here representing myself. I'm here to speak in opposition of HB 1226. Cats are generally declawed to protect the owner's furniture, walls, themselves, or their children from being scratched. They can unintentionally be quite destructive and even harmful to their owners. Although there are ways to discourage this behavior, they do not work with all cats. The population of cats in animal shelters is always very high. Declawing prevents abandonment and euthanasia. Declawing can also be done by laser. Now, this laser method is much less painful, and it minimizes the bleeding and seals the nerve endings during surgery, which means less pain, faster healing, and fewer complications. In my opinion, declawing would be a last resort that is decided between an owner and their veterinarian. However, if it is criminalized, the owners feel as if they will have no choice, and then cats will likely be abandoned outdoors or surrendered to already cat-filled shelters and rescues. I spoke with my veterinarian's office, and they are not aware of any veterinarians in the state that still do that. So if there are any, it must be few and far between. Now, that's my opinion. Now, this is not to say they wouldn't consider it if it, meant the health of the cat or giving up the cat, and they had tried everything else. I think it should be a last resort. It seems to me that this isn't a problem in New Hampshire and should be left to the discretion of our vets and their clients, rather than put another unnecessary law on the books just for the sake of having it there. And I read a lot today to put this together. This is a very short testimony, but I wrote about a thesis that somebody did that showed that cats did not bite more. In fact, were in shelters longer than cats that were not declawed. So in spite of what somebody previously said, They do not bite any more than cats with claws. And they, in fact, are in shelters for longer before they're adopted than cats that are not declawed. And as for the health of people, cats often scratch unintentionally. I have scratches all over myself. Or they're in fear, you know, somebody just takes off and they happen to be standing on your foot and they push off and you got a scratch. It happens. It's an accident. They didn't do it on purpose. So if your cat has some germs on their claws, that can cause cat scratch fever, and that's pretty uncomfortable for people. So I ask that you recommend HB 1226, inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Yes.
Any questions, Ms. Aravella? I actually do. Did you say you were a breeder of cats?
I am.
So are you aware of this being a general practice of declawing cats amongst the breeder community?
Absolutely not. So that doesn't mean that if it meant saving somebody's pet and all else was exhausted, it's in my contract. If you have any inklings of declawing, please contact me so we can talk about it. We can try different solutions. We can do whatever we need to do to prevent that. But as a last resort, if you love your cat and you don't want to give it up, which most people do, you know, I'm not going to say no to somebody that wants to have it done because they're a cat. They just can't train it not to do what is normal,
So
instinctual.
as a breeder, do you have conversations with your veterinarian about declawing and if it was necessary?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't expect to declaw any of my cats.
Okay.
Because I know a lot of tips and tricks to stop them. And I have a lot of scratching posts around my house.
Sure.
So I don't have an issue with cats scratching my furniture because I have a squirt gun.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you for coming in today.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next we have Christina Snyder from Chester, New Hampshire. Good afternoon and welcome to ENA.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here in heavy support of this bill. I did send in testimony online. I'm not sure if any of you got to see it. I adopted a cat that was declawed in the 90s. And I just want to verify that the person that had that cat declawed, that was the relationship they had with that veterinarian, and they decided to do that. And then she turned around and said, I don't want the cat. So the cat, I adopted that cat. And I had that cat for over 20 years. And I watched that cat suffer his whole life, okay? Because someone did that to him. Someone mutilated him and then said, I don't want it. And I remember her telling me, she says, I actually like dogs. So it was my gift and my blessing, but I had to watch him suffer his whole life. He couldn't climb. He couldn't scratch. He couldn't be a cat. And I remember when I had this cat, I remember thinking that if someone offered me $1 million or a chance to give my cat his fingers back, I would have chosen to give my cat his fingers back, and that is 100% the truth. I can't believe we're even discussing this bill. It is so cruel. It is complete mutilation of an animal just for the sake of doing it. You know, we have a cat now. Her name is Manu, and she has an extra toe. You know what we do? We clip her claws. We take her up and we hold her. And at first she didn't like it, but now she knows she gets a treat after it. So you can clip the claws too. And I'm going to tell you, back to my wonderful
beautiful cat that I had. Towards the end of his life, he really suffered. He had trouble walking. He had more pain. I was struggling with, like, what do I do? And I'll tell you this, right at the end, the fur came off of his paws a little bit, so you could actually see it. And this is what it looked like. That's what it looked like. You could see it. He was missing his fingers because she decided, a woman who I'm sure once she got rid of the cat, she never thought about that cat again. And it's just heartbreaking for me. And, you know, to me, it's such obvious animal cruelty. And if you need to do that to your cat, or you think you do, you shouldn't have a cat. There's plenty of people like me that will take more and more cats. So I'm just really, you know, I'm very surprised that there's even this much debate about this. I'm telling you right now, if you had seen what I had seen, and you love that cat, like the way I love the cat, the way you love your dog, the way you love your child, why do we do these things? What's the quality decision? The quality decision is to not mutilate an animal just because. So I'm asking you today to please support this, and let's end this heinous, egregious, cruel practice. That's it.
Thank you. Will you take questions? Ms. Snyder, will you take questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Any questions for Ms. Snyder? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned clipping of the claws. Is that an effective way to remedy scratching damage and injury to children or adults even? And how long does that last before you have to repeat that?
Yes, it is effective because we do it to our cat, and my parents did it to their cat, and it lasts usually a couple of weeks. And if you have trouble doing that, that's why you have friends, that's why you have relatives. You can even bring it to your vet, and your vet will offer that service and do it for you. You can go there and say, you know, a monthly cat, nail clipping for your cat. And it is very effective because they still have their fingers, but they don't have the sharpness. So it's just like a blunt nothing, but they still can make it feel like they're scratching. So it's very effective, it's very simple. And a cat can be trained to actually appreciate it if you give them a treat right after you do it.
Follow up?
Follow up? Sure.
What's the extent of that practice of claw clipping? Is it as much as 25% of the declawing that we've heard about, more or less? How prevalent is the practice of clipping the claws instead of declawing?
Well, I can only go by my experience. I know that nail clippers are sold in any store, and I know that I personally have done it, my family has done it, and I know that my friends have done it with their own cats. So just within my circles, nobody has declawed their cat, and they all clip their cat's nails.
Any further questions, committee members? Representative Schultz, you're not on the committee currently because you've testified, but thank you. Well, right now, Ms. Snyder is testifying. Thank you. Any other members of the committee with a question? All right, we thank you for testifying. Okay, next up we have Kathy Farley from Raymond, New Hampshire.
Crash. Thank you for taking me. Actually, this was a remote thing that somebody from the group sent in. Nancy Holmes was not able to be here, and she wanted to speak originally, but so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I'm here. And basically, she's, speaking opposition to House Bill 1226. And she says, like a number of people have said, I believe their choices in veterinarian care should remain between the animal owner and the veterinarian. Any veterinarian or owner currently can participate, in partnership, choose to determine if the procedure is right or necessary for a particular pet's well-being. You know, there are situations where a cat remains in its home. Declawing is best option whether to protect the owner's health or to prevent cruelty to the animal that is unable to conform to its owner's needs or wishes in terms of how and where the claws are used. Odds for rehoming a cat that is so destructive or so willing to use its claws on people that the person who loves it wants to give it up are poor. A frequent recourse is lying about the behavior and before turning around and giving it to the rescue or whatever organizations out there. And, you know, it doesn't, because you're, and, you know, I'll expound on this. I haven't had cats for a long time, but the cat I had was more like a dog. She followed me everywhere when I was growing up. But, you know, a person loves their animal. And you cannot always change their, you know, their behavior. I don't care how nice or how bad, you can do, you can come down on an animal figuring that's going to correct its behavior, and it's not. And you can be real good to it, and it's like, okay, I'm ruling you now. The cat is ruling you, saying, okay, I can do anything I want by using my claws. So I think it still boils down to the situation that Nancy says that, they want to keep their animal. They don't want to give it up. They've tried everything else, and if that's the, situation to keep this animal in their home instead of trying to pass the behavior off to somebody else, I think it's worth that. It says in a recent peer review American Veterinarian Medical Association article from July 23rd, 2019, and apparently it was submitted to the committee as remote testimony, entitled Welfare Implications of Declawing of Domestic Cats. This article in part states that potential benefits to the cats are the following. In some cases, declawing may be an alternative to relinquishment, outdoor housing, meaning shipping the cat outside, or euthanasia. For example, in a 1991 survey of Ontario veterinarian respondents indicated that approximately 50% of their clients would no longer own their cat if it had not been for declawing. Following aggression is a survey of veterinarians reported scratching as the behavioral problem most frequently associated with the abandonment of cats in Brazil. Unacceptable behaviors such as daily scratching increase the risk of relinquishing of an animal to a shelter, and declawing decrease the risk of relinquishing. As approximately 72% of cats relinquished to animal shelters are euthanized, owners may feel they are faced with choice of declawing their pet cat or potentially condemning it to death. There is no specific evidence found to support that declawing leads to a higher rate of behavior problems in cats when compared to a controlled group of cats that have not been declawed. One study found declawed cats were significantly underrepresented in a Washington shelter population. When compared to estimates in the population at large, there was no correlation between declawed status and euthanasia at the shelter. In addition, supporters of the procedures asserted that a properly performed declaw is no less humane than spaying or neutering. Leaving a cat at a shelter may not be an option at all given the cost of surrender fees, the long waiting list, and the fact that shelters have no interest in handling an aggressive cat for rehoming. Do I believe there are people, possibly even right in the hearing, who think it is better to kill cats than declaw them? Yes, I do. Again, this is quotes from Nancy. Do I think that this is the right choice for everyone? No, I do not. It is my belief that the studies prove that eliminating the option of declawing is very likely to result in more animal cruelty cases and higher rates of cats euthanasia. See, I'll say it, but putting them down. You know, putting a cat down because it's, you know, they cannot get it declawed. I'm sorry, I don't, you know, and I don't, like I said, I don't have cats anymore, but if that was the final choice, that's what I would do. But I believe leaving the decision up to the veterinarians of New Hampshire and the owners of the animals in question remains the best choice for owners and cats. Please vote this bill inexpedient to legislate and leave veterinarian medicine to the veterinarians and medical choices that let people keep their pets a viable option. So that was Nancy Holmes.
Thank you. Will you take any questions?
I could try, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not.
Fair enough. Representative Comtois.
Could you pass up the written testimony when?
Yeah, I know, all right.
See, that was an easy question.
Yeah, I can do that. There you go.
Any other
It's
questions?
got my highlights on it, so it's just so I could point out.
All right, seeing none, we thank you for coming
Okay.
in today. All right, next up, we're going to have Kurt Ehrenberg from HSUS. Good afternoon and welcome to the ENA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the State Director for the Humane Society of the United States here in support of House Bill 1226. So before I start my prepared remarks, I just want to make sure people understand declawing procedure is not pulling out the claw, and it's not cutting the claw. It's cutting the knuckle. The bone generates the claw. You need to remove the whole bone or the claw will continue to keep growing back. There'll be a veterinarian testifying after me to verify or correct me in any way, because I am not a veterinarian. But it's important to remember, it's kind of like if we took 25% of the children in the country and before they were school age, you take the tops of their fingers and the top of their thumbs off of their hands without any choice, and they live the rest of their life that way, for better or worse. Think of yourself in that situation, no choice. You wake up one day, oh well, I liked my fingers the way they were, but now I have to live with them and adapt without those claws, fingernails, tips of the fingers. I don't know, I like to play the guitar. I'm not a cat, we're human beings. But the other thing I would say, that any veterinarian that speaks about human conditions in terms of resulting in scratches, they're not human doctors. We shouldn't consider their testimony as that. They're veterinarians. With that, I will start, and I'll try to be brief with my written testimony. I'll also submit it for the committee. Sorry I couldn't get it to you online. The Humane Society of the United States is the nation's largest animal protection organization, supports passage of this bill, which would end the practice of non-therapeutic declawing or deknuckling of cats in the state. Declawing has serious implications for feline welfare and the bond between people and their cats. If passed, New Hampshire would join a rapidly growing number of communities taking a stand against this inhumane practice. Convenience declawing of cats is now and already illegal in New York State and in numerous counties, cities, and towns across the country. It's banned by the city and county of Denver, Colorado, the city and county of St. Louis, Missouri, and 8 cities in California. Most recently, declaw bans have been passed in Austin, Texas, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Madison, Wisconsin, all by unanimous vote. 8 out of 10 Canadian provinces. 8 out of 10 Canadian provinces prohibit non-therapeutic declawing. And that's what we're talking about here, is non-therapeutic declawing. The owner chooses to do this. So when you say, you know, we're going to mutilate our cat so we can love it, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The veterinary community is increasingly opposed to declawing. The American Association of Feline Practitioners opposes it. The American Animal Hospital Association opposes it. The Canadian Veterinary Medical Association and the Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association are opposed to it. The major veterinary hospital chains, VCA, Banfield, and Blue Pearl, the three major veterinary hospital chains in the United States, do not offer elective declaw procedures on cats. Many U.S. veterinary schools no longer routinely teach declaw procedures. However, we cannot continue to wait for the veterinary profession to end declawing in this country on its own. These amputations are still too commonly practiced, and cat owners are often not made aware of the high risk of permanent adverse effects on cats or of the procedure's controversies. And that, even today is the responsibility of the veterinarian, really, to explain this to their clients. That many veterinarians will not refuse to amputate a cat's toes, which is what we're talking about, unless there is a valid medical needs. And by the way, we're talking about just cats, just cats, just cats. Arguments in favor of declawing often center around the desire to prevent unwanted scratching of either furniture or people. Well, amputation is an extreme response to what can be addressed, we heard, with a squirt gun, with regular nail trimming, as we heard, a variety of scratching posts, and better understanding of feline behavior. Better understanding of feline behavior, how about that? Moreover, declawed cats are at a greater risk of developing more serious adverse behaviors. Notwithstanding what any kind of anecdotal information you've heard here today, adverse behaviors after amputation, such as litter box aversion or an increase in biting and aggression, now in pain and no longer able to defend themselves with their claws, cats may resort to biting. The documented increased biting behavior of declawed cats can lead to more severe disease in people than cat scratches. Ask a human doctor about that. Not a vet, or not somebody who talked to a vet. But cat bites are serious. Scratches are another issue. So there is a false narrative here that cat owners unable to get their cats declawed are likely to relinquish their cats to animal shelters or abandon that cat outdoors. The risk of a cat ending up homeless or worse, euthanized due to declaw prohibition is grossly overestimated. A recent study of data from British Columbia shelters covering the 3 years prior to and 3 years after a province-wide declaw ban went into effect showed that there was no increase in cats being relinquished or euthanized. The number of owner-surrendered cats actually decreased after the ban. Publicly available data from Los Angeles, California also show no increase in cat intake at shelters citywide once declawing was prohibited. So the reality is that due to the higher prevalence of long-term adverse impacts of multiple amputations, declawing puts cats at a greater risk of eviction from their homes and relinquishment to shelters and rescue organizations. And according to a study published in the Journal of American Veterinary Medical Association, among relinquished cats, 52% of declawed cats were reported to exhibit litter box avoidance, compared to 29% of non-declawed cats. Now, declawing is not good for cats or people, and it's time to end that practice in the state of New Hampshire. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Ehrenberg? Representative Bixby.
getting late and getting a little spacey. You had a list of states that have banned it. I was wondering if Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, the New England states, are there bans in any New England states?
In terms of a statewide ban, New York State is currently the only state.
Okay.
But there are numerous other communities, counties, towns, cities that have banned.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Do you happen to know what the rate of declawing currently is in New Hampshire?
Roughly somewhere between 20 and 25%
Thank you.
declawing.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious if you could tell me how many, I mean, obviously you mentioned New York State, but how many other counties and states are using the penal system through misdemeanor charges versus license revocation or suspension as the method of enforcement?
I don't have an answer for you, but I'll try to get one for you and email it to you, or
Thank you.
we can talk.
Thank you.
I'm happy to talk to anyone about any of this, anytime.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm interested to know, you just said that the 25% of cats are declawed in New Hampshire. Where did you get that figure from?
I will stand by the figure somewhere between 20 and 25. I can't give you a citation, unfortunately, right now, because I can't remember exactly where I've heard that. I'll stand by it as something I believe is true. I also stand ready to be corrected. That is a number that I believe is correct. And there may be someone here who can verify that.
Follow.
I'll get it to you, by the way.
Is that based on observation of you, or, I mean,
No,
I'm just
it's
trying to
ba-
sense
it's based
from
on,
where.
it's based on a statistic that I believe is correct, that I can't cite the source to you right now. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And this is along the lines of what Representative Aaron just asked. We keep batting around the number 20-25%. But in terms of actual numbers, do we actually have a figure of the number of cats that are actually being declawed in New Hampshire? Because percentages mean nothing when we don't know what the actual number is. And there must be some database somewhere where we can get those figures, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Karen Campbell, from Epsom. Good afternoon and welcome to the ENA.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Good to see you all. I'm Karen Campbell. I'm a veterinarian in the state of New Hampshire, and I'm a specialist in internal medicine. And I'm a member of the Humane Society, VMA. And my husband is a veterinarian as well. We were just reminiscing recently over when we learned the procedure of doing declaws on cats. This was over 20, 25 years ago. In my situation, I was on a rotation where we learned to do spays and neuters and dentistry and declaw. And we were taught by one instructor for 3 out of 4 of those things. She didn't teach us the declaw. And the rumor that we heard through all of our classmates was it was because she didn't believe in it, that she didn't think it was ethical, and so she did not teach us that part of the class. When I learned to do the procedure, I thought, ooh, this is brutal. And I also thought, it seems very difficult. It's actually technically very challenging to do. And in my cats that I did the procedure on, I had very serious concerns that I didn't know if I had done it well, and that I didn't know if they would do well long term. Because a lot of times you don't know that you haven't done it well for weeks or months down the road. We were taught, though, that it was a core part of the curriculum and that it was helpful for the cat population in general, because there were a certain percent of kitties that would scratch furniture, scratch their owners, that kind of thing, and they wouldn't make suitable pets for the household. So I thought, in the interest of the greater good, you know, I will learn to do this procedure if it helps cats stay in their home. My husband, he and two of his classmates that he's very good friends with, they actually went to a shelter and adopted 3 cats. And in their curriculum, the way it was set up, they were able then to spay and neuter those cats when they were learning how to do the surgeries. And they were able to declaw them as well. And not only did they declaw these 3 cats' front feet, they declawed the back feet too, because they thought, I'm trying to learn how to do this procedure. I want to be a really good veterinarian. This is core, something I need to know how to do. So those were going to be indoor cats that they were keeping, and so they declawed all 4 of their feet. Now, fast forward 20 years later, my husband is a veterinary hospital owner in the state of New Hampshire. And since he's the owner, he gets to decide what is and what is not done at his practice. And they don't allow the declaw. They don't do the procedure because he thinks that it's unethical. So our personal feelings have changed about the procedure, and that's because over the 20, 25 years, we've gotten more data about what happens to these kitties long term, and we're no longer in favor of it. The procedure hasn't changed. It's still brutal. It still is an actual amputation of all 10 of the cat's digits. And I'm sort of, demonstrating with my own hands. It's a little bit worse even in a cat because their hands, so to speak, they walk on. So then they're walking on top of 10 amputated digits. And so that can be painful. And it turns out it is hard to do correctly. Most of the papers that I have seen, there's about a 25 to 30% rate of complications, which is a pretty high complication rate in an animal where their limbs were perfectly healthy to begin with. There's nothing wrong with them, and it's completely elective surgery. It's not for the benefit of the cat at all. It's hard to do because you would kind of expect that these bones are straight in the end and you just cut in between them, but that's not the case. They're a curved end, and they are curved to fit each other. And so when you're trying to do the procedure, you're having this little blade trying to go into this very tiny space that's curved and make your way around all of these little curves and not damage the bone that you're trying to leave behind. Make sure you do remove all the bone that you're trying to remove. Cut the tendons that are appropriate, not cut the other tendons that aren't appropriate. You end up cutting nerves, and sometimes you have permanent nerve damage from that, and it's difficult to do. And that's why there's such a high complication rate. You can have cut the bone that you didn't want to. The bone that you did want to completely remove, you can leave a little fragment behind. And then when you do, that little fragment will sit underneath this other bone. So it's like you're walking on a pebble all the time. There's a pretty high rate of infections, abscesses, draining tracts, so they get infected a lot. If this tendon on the bottom is left intact, but the one on top is not, the digit that remains, it will pull it underneath, and so the cat ends up walking sort of like this, on top of a bent toe. And then it will cause the pad that's underneath the foot to retract back, and so now they're not even walking on their pad. They're just walking on skin instead of the pad itself. You all should know probably anytime anybody suffers any kind of an injury and you're painful somewhere, you're going to offload your weight and shift it some other part of your body. And studies have shown that that happens with the cats, and that they then develop higher rates of arthritis in other parts of their body after they've been declawed, and they have higher rates of back pain. Behaviorally, it's not good for them as well. They have scent glands on the bottom of their feet that they mark their territory with. And if their feet are not comfortable and they don't feel like marking anymore with their scent glands, unfortunately for homeowners, they can mark people's houses with their urine. They normally like to stretch, and then when they stretch their claws. They like to scratch their claws to keep them nice and sharp, and they use their claws for defense. And so when they don't have these behaviors that they can exhibit anymore, a lot of the kitties become irritable, and they are more likely to bite. More studies have shown that declawed cats are more likely to bite than cats that are not declawed. And then lastly, it is also true that more cats who have been declawed don't use the litter pan because their feet hurt. They may be comfortable enough to walk around on carpet and beds and couches and things like that, but when they get on that sharp, irregular, rocky kind of litter, they don't like it, and so they'll urinate outside the pan. So, an important question, until probably within the past 5 years or so, has been, but can they be acceptable pets? You know, what is the overall good for cats and cat owners? If we don't allow declawing, how many cats are going to be relinquished back to shelters? And I say the past 5 years or so because the state of New York and the cities that have been referenced and the provinces in Canada that have been referenced that have banned declawing have largely done it within the past 5 years or so. And that's allowed for the studies to be done to see what are the relinquishment rates in those areas after those declaw bans have gone into effect. And not every single area has been studied, but all of the studies that I have seen have shown the relinquishment rate does not go up, and in some cases it actually goes down. And that makes sense because if you have declawed cats biting more and soiling the house more, they're more likely to be turned back into the shelter. So, because of all this additional information that has been obtained over the past 20 years, you know, I don't have the same attitude I did before. Well, for the greater good, I'm in favor of this procedure. Now I support banning the declawing. I think it's better for the cats physically. It's better for them mentally. It seems to be better for pet owners in statistically, they keep their cats longer. And then it would be better for municipalities as well because they don't have to deal with as many cats being turned into shelters and trying to rehome them, take care of them while they're in the shelter or pay for euthanasia. So those are my current thoughts. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
All right, thank you. Excuse me. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'm curious about how common the practice still is, because we get this rate of 20 to 25% of cats being declawed, but I'm not sure if that means that that percentage of newly owned cats are being declawed, or whether that is a residual from when it was a more common practice, and cats live 15 years or so. How common is that practice in New Hampshire right now?
Yeah, the problem for you guys is there's a scarcity of this data. The number 20 to 25% that is thrown around is from some fairly recent studies within the past 5 years or so, but they're national studies, or they're studies in other states. I don't know of any data in the state of New Hampshire, honestly. I know that the New Hampshire VMA, because I'm a member of them, sent out a survey a month or so ago prior to this hearing, asking veterinarians 4 or 5 simple questions about declawing. You know, do we do them? How often do we do them? How do we feel about them? You know, that kind of thing. So I know that they have gathered that data. I don't know what the results were. They haven't published them. And I do know that about 40% of veterinarians in the state are members of the New Hampshire VMA. So even whatever data they've gotten, it's only from 40% or less of the veterinarians. So I honestly feel like nobody really knows the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony this afternoon, and thank you for taking my question. So, is there any, do veterinarians report to any body the types of procedures that they do?
No.
No, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Michelle Franson Conroy from Concord.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon,
thank
welcome
you
to
for
the
al-
ENA.
Thank you for allowing me to testify. Again, my name is Michelle Franson Conroy. I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I am here representing myself, but I will let you know that I'm on the board of the New Hampshire Animal Rights League. And I went to UNH Thompson School back in the 80s. I have an associate's degree in animal science, specializing in small animal care. And I have worked at numerous animal shelters and animal hospitals. And I'm just here to give you a viewpoint, firsthand account of what happens to some cats right after the surgery. I won't mention the name of the animal hospital I worked at, but it's local in Concord, New Hampshire, and this was back in the early 90s. I was in surgery assisting with some of the veterinarians for the procedures and taking care of the cats afterwards, and was out back, cleaning cages and things, so I would see the cats as they're coming out of the anesthesia. And it was just horrible to watch. When the anesthesia was wearing off, they had bandages on them all the way, their whole length of their arm, and they would just be howling in pain and like flailing around in the cages, and a lot of them would manage to get the bandages off, and there would be blood all over the inside of the cage. They would have to take the cat, rebandage it. A lot of times it would happen again, same thing, same cat would end up getting the bandages off, just trying to rid themselves of that and just dealing with the agony of having that procedure done to them. I personally don't have a declawed cat. I've adopted many cats, rescued cats. None of them have been declawed, so I don't have experience with them after that. All of my cats, I just clip their nails. If you start when they're little, I hold my cat upside down like a baby and just poke the nail out and just take the tip of it off, and you just get them used to doing that on a normal thing. And their treat that I give them is catnip, which they absolutely love, and they only get catnip after I do their nails. So that's their incentive, and for them to allow me to cut their nails. So it's very easy to manage that way. But I hadn't heard anybody speak about what happens and have anybody show you or explain to you the after effects right after their surgery. But it was just horrible to watch. And I think it was a big moneymaker. I don't know if this animal hospital still declaws, because like I said, this was back in the 90s. But there was a lot of cats, and I think, that was a good part of the business, money-wise, was performing this procedure. But it was just horrible to watch those cats go through that, coming out of the anesthesia with the blood everywhere, and I'll never forget it. So I just wanted to share that testimony. I don't know if anybody has any questions, or, Mr. Chair?
Sorry about that. Any questions? Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and giving testimony this afternoon. I'm interested to know what you feel about the penalty for declawing in this bill that calls for Class B misdemeanor.
I can't really speak to that. I didn't really take a look at that part of the language. I did email my testimony also. I didn't know that that was actually part of it until I got here and read that. So I really can't speak to that
Okay,
part of it.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Angela Ferrari from Dog Owners of the Granite State. Welcome back again.
Thank you all. So as mentioned previously, I'm here on behalf of Dog Owners of the Granite State, but we do have a large number of cat owners and breeders as part of our membership. We oppose HB 1226, and for many reasons. Most of them revolve around the fact that this is something that should be determined between a veterinarian and an owner. Even going back and looking at some documentation from the AVMA, while they discourage decline, they also respect the veterinarian's right to use professional judgment when deciding how to best protect their individual patient's health and welfare. We agree with them and always recommend working with an animal to curb bad behaviors before turning to a medical procedure. However, when everything else fails and a veterinarian determines that decline is the only remaining solution, that choice should remain between the veterinarian and the pet owner. Somebody had mentioned earlier that veterinarians aren't held to any standards as far as what they are allowed and supposed to do with the animals that they treat. And I just wanted to read a section of the veterinarian's oath from the AVMA website. It says that being admitted to the profession of veterinary medicine, I solemnly swear to use my scientific knowledge and skills for the benefit of society through the protection of animal health and welfare, the prevention and relief of animal suffering, the conservation of animal resources, the promotion of public health, and the advancement of medical knowledge. There's a little bit more to it, but that was the one that I felt really hit home with this bill, and the ability to have a veterinarian maintain that oath and treat animals as they see fit with the information coming from the owners. One of our members actually called 8 veterinarian offices this week, and half of them said that they do not offer the procedure. So we don't feel that this is very popular in New Hampshire here. Those that will do it say that they try to discourage the procedure and offer alternatives. And a couple of the veterinarian offices who have performed the procedure related to our member that it was done to support the health of the owner who was on blood thinners, so that they wouldn't have to relinquish the animal or have to give it up to a shelter in order to keep their health safe. And as we just heard from Ms. Campbell, I believe her name was, that vets can choose to not do the surgery as her practice has done so. So I do think that it's something that the veterinarian field can make decisions about in our state rather than being forced down on them from government. On a side note, I did have a cat that was declawed when I was growing up, and he was a wonderful cat. He could still climb trees. He was a pretty avid chipmunk hunter, and would always try and bring little mice into the house that he would catch. And temperamentally, physically, everything, he was very healthy and a great cat. We didn't have any adverse effects from it. So while I think with any procedure or surgery, there are going to be situations where things don't go as well as planned, there are times, and probably more often than not, with decline that it is truly to the benefit of the animal and their owners. If you look at spay and neuter, that's something that we do that is extremely invasive. We do it for convenience. It creates a lot of issues. It can increase cancers. It can create incontinence. You can have temperamental problems if it is done too early as the males age and different things like that, but that isn't something that you're going to see the others coming in here and asking you to prevent veterinarians from being able to do. So I think it's important that we let the veterinarians continue to educate their clients about decline and not make anyone a criminal when they feel it's best to perform the procedure. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Ferrari? Yes, the representative.
Thank you for taking my question. Again, I would ask, how many dogs have you seen that have been declawed?
Dogs?
Dogs.
I am not aware of anybody that actually declaws dogs. The only time I've ever heard of it, and it's not based on any statistic, but it was usually like drug dealers or something that didn't want the police to hear the dogs running down the halls.
Can I follow up?
Follow-up?
Why do you think that is? Because dogs destroy furniture and they also scratch people. So why are cats subjected to this but not dogs?
This would just be based on my own thoughts, but dogs tend to be more destructive with their mouths, chewing on things, than they're going to be with clawing. Their claws are, or their nails, are much more dense and not as sharp. If you look at a cat's nail in comparison to a dog's nail, it is like a hook. So if you don't keep those nails on the cat trimmed back very short, they're extremely sharp. Even just touching you, sometimes they can cut right into you. Dog nails, they're much thicker, more dense, and generally not going to be sharp and be as destructive.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
I'll
testimony.
turn in my testimony I have for you as well.
Okay. Next up is Joan O'Brien from Amherst. All right, thank you. She's waving off. Thank you. So our final speaker is Dr. Jane Barlow from the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association. Good afternoon and welcome to the ENA.
Thank you for letting me speak today, and I appreciate you all hanging in there with me to kind of wrap things up. As introduced, my name is Dr. Jane Barlow Roy. I am a representative from the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association. I also, to disclose, I am a member and delegate to the House of Delegates to the American Veterinary Medical Association, the AVMA. I do have a letter that was drafted to the committee from the AVMA as well, and I'll make sure that that gets to you, Chair, in opposition to this bill as well. As I said, I represent the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association, and we are opposed to this legislation for all the reasons that other people have already mentioned that we are opposed to it. Our main goal is to maintain the veterinary patient-client relationship, the VPRC, and we feel that that is our best asset and our best tool to perform to the best of our abilities. We do not feel that this should be a legislated event. It should not be. Medical procedures in the veterinary community should not be a legislated thing. But let me be abundantly clear. We do not promote declaw. We follow the tenets and the position statement of the AVMA, which discourages declawing. We also follow the American Animal Hospital Association's position statement, AAFP, American Association of Veterinary Feline Practitioners. And I do have copies of those position statements if you would so choose to have those. And again, in those position statements, they do not promote declaw. They give other options for the management of claws and the destructiveness in them. But nowhere in any of those position statements do they promote banning in legislative form. And to also what was brought up, we also are seeing a phasing out of declawing in the veterinary profession. I am a current practicing veterinarian here in the Concord area. I've been practicing since 2006. And it is true that when I first graduated and first practiced in the early 2000s, we did, a tremendous amount of declaws. But in my 16 years, we have seen quite a drop-off in the number of declaws that we have done. To that end, like I said, I've been practicing since 2006. I think the last time I did a declaw procedure was about 7 to 8 years ago, or even more. I kind of just lost track. We do promote the education, client education with our clients. We make sure that they understand what the procedure actually involves, and we do go into detail about exactly what we're doing. So nobody is under the misguidance of not knowing what the true declaw procedure is. We don't try to kind of pull the wool over anybody's eyes. And because I haven't done this procedure in about 7 to 10 years, I have a pat on my own back, 100% rate of convincing owners not to do declaws. But if the situation should arise that I need to do a declaw procedure, I don't want the threat of a criminal penalty behind my back. And if I could tell a small story, this morning I did surgery. Representative Ahrens, you said about a tumor on a toe. My initial plan going and doing the surgery this morning was to remove the tumor and the tumor only. However, plans changed. I needed to amputate a claw. If this claw ended up becoming something that was involving more than just the other toe, if I thought that this was also potentially involving other toes on the claw, or on the foot, if this was a criminal penalty, I would have to think long and hard about removing other toes in the middle of my procedure. Would I have even taken that claw off at that point? I made a game day decision to remove the entire claw. But I don't want the idea of a medical procedure, a very ubiquitous, nebulous term, medical reason hanging over me, making my decisions in the middle of surgery while I have a patient under anesthesia. I also don't want the threat of a criminal penalty when I'm making these decisions with another client. If they're coming to me, they're asking my opinion on things. And in this bill, with a medical exemption, medical reason, there's no definition in this bill. So there is no way for me to know at the time if I'm making a true medical decision for this cat. I want to make sure I get all of your questions answered. I know that the survey was brought up by one of our other veterinarians here, and we did do a survey as the New Hampshire VMA. We wanted to know what the answers were. Unfortunately, we do not have the financial capabilities of doing any sort of data processing, so I can only speak to what the survey said to us. And our survey did kind of resoundingly say that veterinarians are opposed and do not promote declawing, but they do not appreciate being legislated about it. I can get you that information, so you choose, but it is in a very lengthy document because, like I said, we don't have data processing, so I don't have actual percentages for you. I can't also speak on the number of cats being declawed here in the state, nor the number of cats that are already declawed, but I can say 25% in my practice is a gross exaggeration. That would mean 1 out of every 4 cats coming into my practice was declawed. And I can honestly tell you, I don't remember the last time I saw a declawed cat coming into my office. It actually takes me by surprise sometimes when I do go to clip the nails on a front foot and there are no claws to be clipped. So it's not something that here in New Hampshire we are seeing a lot of. But again, we don't have any data, so I can't give you hard and true facts. But I can tell you that in my practice here in Concord, one of the busiest practices here in Concord, we do not see that level of declawed cats. And like I said, we also have not performed the procedure in almost a decade. And I did want to clarify with some of the assumptions that have been brought up about how these are painful procedures. I want to make sure everybody realizes that we're not doing this procedure on an awake animal. The cat is not awake. We use general anesthesia. We use a plethora of different pre-anesthetic medications. We use medications during the procedure, and we use medications afterwards. And I think anybody can agree with me that has had a surgical procedure that surgery is not pain-free. Our goal in surgery is to make it as less of a pain as possible. And we do that right now with all of our surgical procedures. And we make it a point of pride that we are keeping up with all of the different medications that are arising for our cat patients. So I just wanted to make that abundantly clear that this is not done on an awake animal. Let me make sure that I'm answering all of the questions that kind of came up as well. I think that's all that I had. So we also want to just bring out, the point of we are willing to work with any organization as the veterinary medical profession that works with bills that are directly affecting us. So we're open to helping craft legislation that revolves us directly. Thank you.
All right, will you take some questions?
Of course.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon, and thank you for taking my question. I'm interested to know, for the cats in your practice that have been declawed, can you speak to their general health? They having problems because of it? Are they brought to you because there's problems stemming from their declaw, or is it just other issues?
There was a recent research paper out that studied specifically arthritis in cats. And by a certain age, I believe it was 5 years old, 65% of all cats 5 years and older have arthritis, whether we see it or not. And so I can't speak directly to the declawed cats because, again, there's not many declawed cats in my practice. But I would say that arthritis is a big issue in cats, and I'm not quite sure how to link up arthritis that are directly related to a declawed cat versus an undeclawed cat, because the abundance of cats that have arthritis as a general statement.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much.
That's the last card that I have. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this bill? Seeing none, I'm going to read the results from the blue sheet. We have 4 people signed in, 3 in favor, 1 against. Online, we had 93 pro, 23 con, and 1 neutral. And with that, I am going to close the hearing on HB 1226.
Question, question? Is this an early bill?
This, I believe, yes, it is an early bill. So for the committee, we were intending to exec more bills, but obviously it's getting pretty late in the day. So doing that today, I don't think is going to be fair to the committee. I'm going to schedule a full committee work session next Tuesday, and we'll be working on House Bill 1454. And we'll be doing a exec session after that. I may add another bill or two to that, but we will have a full committee work session, so plan on that, and then we'll have an exec session as well. But we'll definitely be working on 1454, and I'll work with Rep. Bixby and see if there's others maybe that we need to add to that. I have until noon tomorrow to commit to a calendar, so. Other than that, any other questions from the committee before I adjourn us for today? Yeah, both bills we exec are on the consent calendar.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Rep. Stapleton.
Could you give me the repeat on the blue sheet and then the online? I missed that.
Sure, the blue sheet was 3 pro, 1 con, and online it was 93 pro, 23 con, 1 neutral.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else before I let you go for the day? All right, seeing nothing, we will adjourn for today, and you all have a safe trip home. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I enjoyed it.